There's no obligation to participate, but if you are able and willing to do so, please rest. All you.
Hey everybody, my name's Devok Chavla. I go to Horace Mann, and today I will be reciting the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you very much, Devik.
Good to see you again. Thank you.
Okay, we will move into our public comment period for tonight. It looks like we have 3 folks in the room who would like to submit a public comment, and we have 1 virtual. Before we do that, and before I forget, because I know I'll get yelled at, I would like to recognize one of our student reps who's here tonight, Joy Tendulkar. So welcome. And please, we always enjoy hearing the thoughts of our students at our meetings. So with that, our first public comment tonight is from Ryan Normandin, and he will be followed by Patrick Song.
Good evening, Ryan Normandin, 616 Boylston, Chair of the Faculty Council at South. I first want to thank everyone for your thoughtful questions and responses to the petition presented last week by Newton South educators to roll back multi-level classes in STEM and world language at the high schools and replace them with collaboratively crafted pilot programs. I also appreciate that our central admin team has a plan in place to review and better establish differences between levels as part of the district's K-12 mathematics review. After listening carefully last week, I have 2 concerns. The first relates to the timeline. At the high schools, the program of studies is developed from November to January. My understanding is the central office expects to release their findings from the math review, including regarding leveling in May. By that time, students will have already registered for classes. So when the district finds that multi-level classes are not working, as we already know they are not, it will be logistically challenging for our schedulers to restart the construction of the schedule, to communicate these changes to families, and to deal with the ripples of these changes. I understand the desire of the superintendent and her team to tackle this problem as one of better defining levels. Last week, Dr. Roundtree said there is some agreement that before multi-level classes could be addressed, there needs to be firm definitions of the levels. This is exactly the kind of process that should have taken place before multi-level classes were implemented. But now the house is on fire. I'm all for building a better house that will serve everyone who lives in it, but first, let's put out the fire. While we work on better defining levels and figuring it out, if there's a model of multi-level classes that could support our students, we need to roll them back, because every single Unit A educator with professional status in 3 departments, plus a bunch of our colleagues, have told you that these classes are bad for teachers and bad for students. I thought the data shared last week around CP students performing better in a single level version of class than students in the mixed level version of that class, not just overall, but on every single unit assessment, was very telling. The Faculty Council acknowledges tracked classes have problems, and we are committed to collaborating to find solutions. Let's do that in a house that is not on fire. Second, I appreciate the high school curriculum council will be focusing on defining levels and rigor this year. My concern is that the viewpoints and recommendations of the curriculum council may not reflect the dominant viewpoint of educators in the buildings, which again is that multi-level classes need to be rolled back while we work on a replacement. We're not asking for more support in teaching multi-level classes. We don't need a patch, we need a complete rebuild. Ongoing support from the beginning perhaps could have made this work, we'll never know. But at this point, the problems are so bad, people are so burned out from trying and failing year after year, to make these classes work, and we are so tired of seeing their negative impacts on kids, we just want them to stop. If we step back and put our heads together and do our research and come up with a model of multi-level that we want to pilot, fantastic, let's try it down the road. So everyone who works in NPS is committed to giving our students the best possible education. We know tracked classes have problems. Multi-level classes, as implemented, are worse. 77 of the educational experts who you employ, every Unit A teacher with professional status in the affected departments and more, have attested to this. We're all for building a better house. Let's put out the fire while we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Patrick Song, and I did forget to introduce that for anyone who's not familiar with the process. You have 3 minutes to make a public comment. Vice Chair Prenner will give you a 30-second warning. I know Ryan knows the rules very well, so I didn't have to bring it up for him. All right. Thank you, Patrick.
Patrick Song, Janet Road. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and your service to our community. Today, you would have received a petition forwarded from me with the names of nearly 400 members of our community opposing multi-level classes and urging an immediate change for the next school year. I first heard about multi-level classes and the removal of Algebra 1 in the middle schools about 5 years ago. I couldn't believe that MPS would do something this foolish. So I contacted the previous school committee chair, and she told me, yes, this was happening. It was piloted at one of our middle schools, and the data suggests that this is good for the students. I think she may have been misinformed or misled by the previous superintendent, not Kathy Smith, the one before her. And and now I realize maybe they were just citing academic research. And this was pushed by a professor at Stanford named Jo Boaler. She's a professor at the School of Education, and her research has since been debunked. It compared results from 2 different tests. It didn't account for 200 students dropping out of her sample. And San Francisco Unified Public School District adopted the same policy 10 years ago, and they just undid it because they saw across 10 years of student data that achievement overall had fallen and achievement gaps had widened. I mean, if you're looking for data, I mean, it turns out there's no data from Newton supporting that this was a good policy. We now all know this. And if you're looking for data, look no further than the climbing enrollment at the Russian School of Mathematics. And we had been joking about having started an English School of English, but it turns out the Russian School of Mathematics is also now teaching English. This is something we should not have our community be doing. We should need to have trust back in our system. I think this change in the multi-level classes is the root cause of that lost trust. It's been created of teacher unhappiness, which is one of the contributing factors to a strike. And I think it's also one of the causes of a failed override. The other thing I would like to raise is Mr. Norman, in his previous remarks at the last meeting, mentioned that the Newton North High School principal had suppressed and chilled and deterred any opinions contrary to the mixed level classes. I find that very troubling. I think that allegation needs to be investigated. I have a renewed optimism in our system because of the leadership of Dr. Nolan and the composition, the leadership of this school committee. I just urge you to make a decision soon and not delay this for another year, harming another year's worth of students. There should be no delay. The teachers have spoken and so have the parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our third speaker present here tonight is, I'm having a little trouble reading the last name, Ed Halbin. Thank you. Sorry about that.
So I wanted to thank 24 Paul Street, Newton Center. I've been in this chair a few times myself before. I was the former director of Newton's community education program, and I'm here to advocate on its behalf. When I read the article recently in the Beacon, I was dismayed and discouraged to see the comments about the lack of support, and I took upon myself to comment on it and write to all of you to share my perspective and the longevity of the program and its value to the community. And in fact, there's been an adult education program in Newton since 1870. It started as a civics program and continued through all the years. I have the good fortune of having managed and run the program at a very successful time in its history. And the first time I came before this board was in spring of 2009. And for many of you, probably nobody here can recall that it was, that there was the override had failed. I was fired on the day after the override failed, and it felt like a morgue it was very challenging. We got through that, and then the whole economic structure of the country collapsed. And I came before the committee to share that we were actually doing well, that we had done well. People coming to our programs, the community seemed to be inspired by what we were offering. And in fact, I got smiles from the committee members, and afterwards a number came up and said, how can we help you? And I'm hoping that we can return to that place where the value of community ed can be seen as an integral part of the community. One of my chief goals as director was to build value for NCE within the school department with NPS. And through my tenure, we gave back to the community in numerous ways of helping not only do things like purchase computers for the labs. We bought sewing machines and refrigerators for Newton South projects. We gave back in our elementary programs to the young kids. And so that's the background. The other thing I'd like to say is that I believe that a lot of the problem stems from some of the NAA, NCE and MPS are integrated, they're interrelated. And I think that when I saw the questioning of that, this was only a self-sufficient financial entity,
You
was
have
not
30
a,
seconds.
not a broad enough picture, and that there really is an interconnectedness between the organizations. So I ask you to vote in its favor, to continue its longevity, and I believe the new director can make that happen. And we've showed that there is a plan for sustainability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, Stephen, I believe we have one virtual commenter this evening, Manu Sarna.
Hello there, everyone, and thank you for letting me speak this evening. I appreciate it. I would just say that I have two children in the Newton public school system, one about to go in, actually. I don't have any children in the middle and upper levels as this group is focused on. What I would say, and I would echo a lot of the original comments that Pat made, it is stunning to me that the number of people that are enrolling in things like Russian School of Math and other extracurricular activities around math and STEM in order to get the support that they need. The way that I would encourage this committee to think about it is, you all have a product that you are selling effectively, and you may not like that language, but you all have a product that you are selling, and the product is that you have an education system. The fact that more and more parents are opting to enroll their children in alternative forms of education outside so that they can give their children what they need in order to excel and develop. And after all, that is the primary goal, I think, of any education system, is around excellence. It's very much in the title of Newton Public Schools, and we should be focusing way more on that excellence. I think this is a great first start, and I would strongly encourage this committee to make sure that they consider and think about how to reintroduce STEM and advanced mathematics back into the school system so that the very best children from an educational perspective can get what they need and can excel and can continue on their upward trajectory. I know that may not be a particularly popular opinion in many ways, but exactly as Pat talked about, if you look at the research, and I went through a number of different papers as well online, I'm very happy to share them with Pat, who can share them with the rest of this committee. When you go through a number of research papers, it looks like almost universally, whenever there is a chance to have streamed subjects in this way, you find that the top students do much, much better rather than having mixed use abilities, particularly in those higher grade levels. Again, happy to provide the specific academic papers around which we should be looking and we should be thinking about. Again, thank you for considering the comments, and I really do look forward to introducing some of these things back into Newton Public Schools. I think it is high time that we did that. I think it will benefit our students, and I think, frankly, we deserve and are and should be looking to our students to make sure that they can do the very best possible. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment period for this evening, and we will move to our superintendent's report.
So the first portion of the superintendent's report, thank you, Mr. Chair, is a wonderful evening that we celebrate each year. So I'll welcome Dr. Erwin Blummer, former superintendent of schools, to present his book award. I do have a few words about the students, but did you want to? Sure, you go ahead.
So first of all, I want to thank you for having me here. This is a really enjoyable moment on a yearly basis. I sit back and I listen to the achievements of the kids that are being awarded both the superintendent's award and a book of my choosing. And I am just struck by how special and how great they are able to do, not only in terms of academics, but in terms of all of the other things that they do, which makes them just so special. So I get to choose the book, and the book I chose this year is Democracy Awakening. It's written by Heather Cox Richardson. She is a professor of history at Boston College, a scholar in American history. She has a newsletter, which if anybody wants to read it, you just go to her website. It's free. She has an amazing way, I think, of taking of looking at what's happening in contemporary United States and then putting a historical perspective to it. And she started out in terms of this book intending to just write a series of essays. And as she was writing the essay, she saw a pattern emerge, which led to the title of the book, Democracy Awakening, which I'll allow you to figure out yourself. So it's just special. I look forward to hearing about all of the achievements of the students that are going to be awarded tonight.
Thank you. And I'd just like to welcome both of our high school principals here, Tammy Strass, who's the Newton South principal, and Henry Turner, who is the Newton North principal. Thank you for being here to support your students. Let's start with Newton North High School first, only because it comes first in the alphabet. Just want everyone to know that. Ooh, a lot of pressure in here. So I just want to say that this first young person I met before I even started. Mayor Fuller invited me to an event with her, and this young man's beautiful voice sang the national anthem at the event we were attending. And just to say a few things about Patrick Devlin, to meet him is to love him, says his teachers. And that rings true, certainly from what I have learned about him. How does one even capture the phenomenalness of a young person like Patrick? Truly, without a doubt, he is one of the most kindest, genuine, optimistic, and loving young students we have had the good fortune of working with. He is caring, charismatic, compassionate, a great friend, and a talented vocalist. He is a natural performer, and his talents have taken him all over to sing our national anthem, the Patriots games at Gillette, Celtics games at TD Garden, as well as singing before Newton North football and basketball games. Indeed, he recently sang the anthem before a Patty's Road Race in memory of his father, who unexpectedly passed away in September. And our world is a better place with Patrick Devlin in it. Some more about this young person is he has taken on responsibility as captain of the unified basketball team this season. And he is leading the team during warm-up drills, captain council meetings with the captains of all the other sports teams. He is really the heart and soul of the unified program. His positive attitude is infectious, and at every practice, we witness Patrick seeking out numerous teammates to greet them, ask questions, share thoughts, and everyone ends up with a smile on their face with Patrick. Furthermore, he is incredibly bright. A quick look at his transcript will help you understand that Patrick has always pushed himself to succeed. He has excelled in his courses through hard work, terrific teamwork, and an optimistic overall attitude, and he has a glass half full approach to everything. This counselor who wrote this recommendation said that over the 20 years of experience as a counselor, she has rarely met a spirit who embodies as much joy, inclusion, empathy, and resilience as Patrick Devlin. Congratulations, Patrick. There's more. Okay. Also from Newton North, Emma Kahane. Emma has appropriately been recommended for and engaged in all of the most advanced placement and honors curriculum she could possibly take advantage of, while also taking advantage of North's fine arts programs, dedicating time each year to her creative side through ceramics. She is the epitome of a well-rounded, well-liked intellectual who takes advantage of any opportunity put before her. She's a positivity personified in a 9th grade girl when we first met her. And with this first meeting, we touched on so many aspects of life, more so than just her transition to high school, which is often how those first meetings go. I thought immediately, wow, this girl is going to be a force at North. And now, as we reflect on Emma's experience, we could not be prouder to know that she is indeed a force that was sensed all those years ago. FYI, this counselor says this must be the same way that feeling that a Jedi gets in Star Wars when they meet the force-sensitive person, and I know Emma will appreciate that reference. Positive energy and presence are part of her charm, but she goes out of her way to make everyone feel seen, heard, and appreciated, whether that be peers or faculty or staff. Her gregarious personality made her the obvious choice as a student leader in the building, particularly when it came to international trips like the Prague Summer and Nigeria service trips. And we could think of no better representation for Newton North student other than Emma to attend, because we truly, of what we have seen in her work ethic and performance at North. The Nigeria trip and all of the founders immediately gravitated towards Emma because of her positive energy, her non-judgmental nature, her ability to be unapologetically true to herself. When we talked to Dr. Iboket, who runs the trip this fall, he thanked the recommenders for having her part of the trip, because Emma is an amazing student and was a huge part of the trip being one of the best and most impactful trips thus far. Her dedication to her passions is unmatched. She has remained committed to her creative side in fine arts, ceramics. She has also taken many history courses throughout her time, participated in travel, but also has come to the history team, Model United Nations, Hispanic Latinos United, peer tutoring, and the Climate Collective. She has never done this for any other reason that she truly cares about these activities. And she does not just walk the walk, she models it for others. We can certainly say that Emma has what might be considered a perfect academic record, but clearly Emma is so many more things and has never lost the light of helping others and participating in whatever she can throughout the school in a manner that is of the highest caliber. She is outstanding among her peers. Congratulations, Emma. And finishing our Newton North representation, we have Kiara Sardi Rogines, whose approach to learning is described as methodical and profound. Her intellectual curiosity is always evident. She is a straight A student, and completed her school's math program and sought out additional challenges in math, including multivariable calculus through Harvard Extension. And this drive for additional knowledge exemplifies her passion for mathematics and her commitment to academic rigor. She articulates her love for math beautifully, likening it to the process of untying a knot, where each step is essential to understand the whole. And this perspective extends, of course, beyond mathematics, where she applies mathematical principles to her studies in science and the humanities, showcasing her ability for interdisciplinary thinking. Her ability to draw connections across subjects is indicative of a mature intellect that is rare among her peers. Beyond academic achievements, Kiara is a valued contributor to the community. She serves as a peer tutor, a math class aide, a guidance mentor for students, demonstrates commitment to helping others succeed. Her civic engagement has been recognized with a seal of civic action, underscoring her belief in the community. She also works with Global Buddies, where she fosters cross-cultural friendships, and her leadership role in Dover Legacy Scholars, one of Newton North's mentorship programs for minority students, and illustrates her empathic nature and a commitment to continued growth. She has always been, since her first time at North, never had any hesitancy to embrace new experiences. She's confident and independent. Her decision to participate in exchange program in Italy and her acceptance into a competitive summer program at MIT show her willingness to step out of her comfort zone in many venues. She participates also as an instructor at Mathnasium, participates in advanced courses at the Russian School of Math, illustrates her strong work ethic and dedication to her passion. She balances these pursuits with exceptional time management and organizational skills. Her character is impressive. She is hardworking, empathic, curious, resilient, and adaptable, all traits that will serve her well in college and beyond. Congratulations, Kiara. Moving to the South High School. Our first award for our South High School goes to Matthew Quizell. Matthew is a conscientious student with a strong will to succeed. He's taken a consistently rigorous academic load, continues to push himself to improve his performance since the moment he stepped into South. His teachers across the board comment on willingness to take academic risks, always well prepared, asks insightful, thought-provoking questions. He is one of the most ambitious and confident students that this counselor has indicated they've ever worked with, and he is a respected leader among his peers. He loves to absorb as much information as he can. His primary interest is in life sciences, but he's excited about all subjects and indeed has excellent grades. Most recently, he's excited about both environmental science and economics. He enrolled at UC Scout course in AP Environmental Science, self-studied AP Economics, and did extremely well on both exams. He will likely major in biology and pursue a career as a research scientist with a goal to help treat people while discovering new therapies for previously untreated diseases. Outside of the classroom, he is an accomplished musician. He started playing the saxophone in grade school, switched to guitar as he grew. He then proceeded to spend hours on his own developing his skills at jazz guitar and ultimately was able to make it into competitive jazz ensemble and be part of the group that recently won an award at the prestigious Mingus Festival. Likewise, he's the editor-in-chief of our high school STEM journal, is the science team event coordinator, news editor for one of our regular periodicals, a leadership council member at Make-A-Wish, and has participated in numerous research internships over the past few years. Whew, I'm exhausted just reading about it. Matthew, congratulations. Okay, and finally, we'll introduce you to Ali Yomiko Chen. Ali entered school quietly. She might have gotten lost in the school of 2,000 students, except she jumped fully into the community, participating in the award-winning South Yearbook, of which she is now the managing editor, a co-president of Newton Educational Workshops, which provides instruction and coaching to middle school students, co-president of One Night Out, which offers free babysitting services to parents of children with disabilities, a peer tutor through Student-Led Learning Lab, and a member of the varsity track and field. For Ali, school is more than getting all A's in the most rigorous classes, which she's doing. It's where she has fostered community and connection and plays an integral part for bringing people together. She walks the walk when it comes to service. In addition to all of the volunteer work previously noted, she has also raised $3,000 for the Jimmy Fund and is a volunteer with the STEM for Everyone group, providing tutoring services to middle school students in the METCO program. She has also worked hard to find internships in neurobiology at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, chemistry research at Boston Leadership Institute, and an intern for the Philippine Medical Association, in addition to her job at a bakery, her other job as a rhythmic gymnastics coach, and over a decade of participation in rhythmic gymnastics herself. In each of these settings, she has benefited from and helped cultivate a sense of togetherness. I do want to say, Ali, you sound like someone that we should just simply hire to teach here in the Newton Public Schools. So the offer stands if you're ready. So congratulations. She has been a student who has persevered through great challenges in recent years, losing important people in her life. But we are so proud of her because she continuously gives back to NPS while she enriches her own experience. Congratulations. Thank you, Dr. Blummer.
Thank you. Amazing night.
I know, such amazing young people. Seems hard to go back to the superintendent's report now, doesn't it? Yes, please feel free to go if you're here for that portion. You're not offending anyone.
You don't want us watch us vote our meeting minutes?
It's very exciting. All right, so I'll proceed. All right, so a few updates for the committee. Before you in the superintendent's update are the school improvement plans from each of our elementary and secondary schools. The process by which they've been reviewed and overseen and legs have been put on those goals is here in this memo for you. Superintendents for Farag and Roundtree work weekly with their check-ins and one-on-ones with the principals to put legs in a 30, 60, 90-day type of activity for implementation of the school improvement plans. And our principals have worked very hard to ensure that the plans respond to the current academic and social emotional needs of the building and are based on the data analysis that principals participated in the summer. An MCAS update just for the community and for you. Since the post-November 5th ballot results came out, there are just a lot of questions. I sent the committee the talking points from the Department of Education, but just so the public knows, the earliest that any change in MCAS practices and the new law would go into effect is December 5th. So that's the earliest that anything will happen. Students who have already met the CD, which is the competency determination through MCAS, have met the requirement of the law for graduation. This includes anyone who took the November test. Students who do not meet the competency determination through MCAS will still need to meet the CD by, quote, satisfactorily completing coursework certified by the district that demonstrates mastery of the subject. The plan for collecting data from districts on which students meet this competency determination is forthcoming and has not been decided or published yet by DESE. The Newton High School principals will be meeting tomorrow to address our standards for mastery and graduation requirements. We will update you when we have a plan that is responsive to whatever DESE publishes. The community does need to know that the vote itself by the Commonwealth did not eliminate MCAS, just its use as a graduation requirement. However, districts now must all come up with standards for mastery responsive to whatever DESE's forthcoming recommendations will be, and that standard may in some cases be as, if not more rigorous than MCAS. So we look forward to identifying those outcomes and see it as meshing with our now identified portrait of a learner, which is also on the agenda for this evening. Lots going on in the district. So the fourth update for you is that 3 elementary principals let me know last year, my first year here, that they would be retiring at the end of this school year, June of 2025. And all 3 of these principals, Tom Morris of Memorial Spalding, Diana Beck of Zervis, and Mindy Jo Hall of Burr, have all let their staffs know last week that that was their intention. By the end of next week, Dr. Farag and I will have met with all 3 faculties and all 3 parent communities for an initial overview of the process for the search. I have included in your materials all of those plans and timelines so that you can enjoy them as well, and the process we will undertake to identify our next set of elementary leaders. It's exactly the same process we used to identify the new Bigelow principal last year, just focused on elementary and elementary stakeholders. Number 5 in my update is just a reminder to the community that we are having an alumni callback day, the half day before Thanksgiving, right here in this room. We are asking any alumni to come back. We will feed you, and we'd like to have a conversation about how did we do preparing you for life beyond Newton Public Schools. And we will also be sharing our new portrait of a learner with our alumni and asking for their feedback on how to prepare students for those competencies. Number 6 just calls out that we have service animals coming to the Newton Public Schools for the first time. We have one staff person who is bringing their service animal. It's already in our schools, and 2 requests pending, one for a student, one for another staff person. I think you're going to see more and more of this, and this is just a friendly reminder to everyone on our campuses that if you are in schools or on campus and see animals, they are not for petting and they are not for interacting with. Service animals are very different than support animals. So if you're unsure which is which, don't touch the animal without the permission of the handler or those in charge of the classroom. Service animals are trained to be in tune with the person that they are assisting. Sometimes they are listening and smelling for changes in body. Sometimes they are detecting seizures that might be coming. So there's a lot of reasons not to be interacting with these animals. And we may see more and more folks with service animals, and just wanted the community to know. Number 7 lets you know that we have put in applications for new career tech education program applications. That doesn't mean we'll necessarily get them, but this is the first step for us to expand at South to provide dental assisting training and information support services and networking, and for North, health assisting programs. Fingers crossed that this funding will come through and allow these new programs to occur. You had asked for an update on high school class sizes as an update from August. It is listed here for you. At South, in all subject areas, there are a total of 54 total classes that have over 26 students. 22 of them are physical education classes. Relative to the investments you made last year in STEM at South, there are 15 math classes that are over 26, and I need you to know that 11 of those 26 are 27 students. And 4 of them are AP statistics class, which you know is the hottest class around for students. So we've let more than the 26 into those classes so more students can have full schedules. There are only 5 science classes that have over 26 students based on the investments you made as a committee last year. At North, in all subject areas combined, 54 total classes with 26 students or more, and 24 of them are physical education classes. Relative to the investments you made last year at North, 11 math classes have over 26 students, and 4 science classes have over 26 students. So we've made a significant difference in that. I did want to alert the committee that Summer Success, which was a former Title I program and then ESSER-funded summer recovery program, no longer has funding to service students in the summer. This program serviced only general education students, and we will need to retool and find ways to grant fund this type of service, or we will have to add that cost to our general education operating budget. Most districts pay for this through their Title I funding. We do not receive as much Title I funding as other areas in the state. So we are exploring other ways to promote high dosage tutoring for learners during the school year who might have previously been served in Summer Success, so that we can give them those extra doses during the school year. And we are exploring this in collaboration with our union Teachers Association partners. And that concludes Superintendent's update, I think. Let me just be sure. Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nolan. Is there any questions or comments from the committee members? Tamika and then Rajiv.
Thanks, Chris. So my question is about alumni outreach, how you're doing that, basically, just to ensure that we're having a broad cross-section of who gets the call, separate from the question of who's answering the call, right? Right. But how?
So trying to find a database of alumni email has been particularly challenging. North undertook a pretty robust process in the past. South did not. So we have undertaken that process. It's actually a free service. There's a service out there for schools to help find all your alumni. So we have a committee of folks, 3 retired gentlemen who do all the class of, 1963 parties, all that kind of thing. So they have been our network, along with Jasper Hay, who's a 11th grader at South, who's been very critical. They've been doing press releases. We've been reaching out to our entire community. We've done all our Facebook groups, all the Newton Facebook groups, just blasting them. In the future, once the databases are complete, we'll do direct email to those folks who have been unearthed as our alumni.
Rajiv?
Brief question about school improvement plans. So I did go through all the ones that were available. And what I wasn't clear on is each school clearly selected some portion to focus on, like looking at system-wide goals and then selecting a specific goal and then articulating how they were going to address that goal. In terms of deciding on what to focus on, was it based on where schools felt there were gaps, they were falling short, that it was an area of particular interest for their community, or was there some level of, I don't know, direction from the central team?
Yes, the reason that we did the state of the schools data analysis in the summer was so that those goals could be a direct line to what they found in those particular analyses. So whether it was social emotional learning data, achievement data, attendance data, all those types of things, they picked what was the most in need for their particular school and then met with Dr. Roundtree or Dr. Farag to say, well, what's the action plan for addressing that and why are you choosing it?
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Nolan. We will move on to our consent agenda. We have 4 items tonight. There is a field trip memo, minutes of our November 4th meeting for approval, a preschool tuition rate increase memo, and a scholarship account reassignment. So is there any items that a member would like to remove from the consent agenda for further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Paul? Okay, second? Rajiv? Okay, let's take a vote then on approval of the consent agenda. Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2 is yes. Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7 is vacant. Ward 8?
Yes.
And Ward 9.
Yes.
Okay, that is 801 vacant. Yes, sure. So we're gonna go a little out of order here at Dr. Nolan's request. As we start our go through our discussion items for tonight, we'll start with the second agenda item of MCAS data.
So that will be MCAS data presented by Gina Flanagan and Katie Hoag as part of the teaching and learning update. I thought you would appreciate that those things are tightly knit right now so that it's a double update. Betty, how are you?
Hello.
So if you want to introduce yourselves and your titles and take it away.
Sure. I'm Gina Flanagan. I am the Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning.
Got to turn on your mic.
Remove it.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll say that again. Oh, that's better. Gina Flanagan. I am the Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning.
And I'm Katie Hoag, the Chief of Data and Research.
So Katie and I thought it might be beneficial tonight to take a little different approach to the MCAS review. And we felt that one of the most important things that you get out of the MCAS review is what are we going to do about our scores and improving student achievement. So tonight, through my presentation, we're going to be embedding some MCAS data that's relevant to the work that we're doing. However, if there's specific questions based on the packets you have, we have Katie here to answer those questions for you. So if that makes sense. Be up on there.
I think so. Stephen. Stephen, are we good to go with Gina's presentation? I thought I just saw him walk in here. Okay.
Would you like me to just kind of...
You know any jokes? Oh. Did I throw you off, Stephen? My fault.
While he's getting that ready. Perfect.
You're good to go.
Can do this. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, before I get started, I just wanted to let you know that I've only been here for 4 months, but it has been such an enjoyable experience, getting to know the community, getting to know our administrative teams and our principals and our students and staff. They say that personal happiness, a good portion of that comes from professional happiness. And so I'm very happy to be here. So I just wanted to share that with you tonight. In terms of the presentation tonight, I want to kind of start with revisiting my entry plan goals that I presented to you in August. I'll be very brief as I go through this. But if you recall back in August, I talked about the 3 goals that were very important to my entry plan, and that included building positive relationships and communication, as well as understanding the MPS alignment, the culture and the processes, and then identifying elements of student achievement and critical need. One of the things as this chart shows is I've been very busy since July. So just to kind of give you an overview, not getting into too many details, but I've met with all the district principals and key office staff. I visited classrooms in every single school. I joined the High School District Curriculum Council, which I'm not sure how much working knowledge you have of this group, but it is a group of all the high school department chairs. And typically, the Office of Teaching and Learning wasn't involved in those conversations. And so I'm very grateful to Dr. Roundtree. He's been a great collaborator in getting our presence in that committee and helping the high school with a lot of different curriculum and instructional topics. I've also been heavily involved in the K through 8 curriculum coordinator learning walks. That's my team of curriculum coordinators. One of the things that we're doing this year is that we're taking a close look at instruction in our schools, and particularly how it is impacted our students of color, our students with ELL, and our students with disabilities. So that's one thing we're working on. I've also been very, very heavily involved in the last few weeks working on a comprehensive budget analysis for the Office of Teaching and Learning. So thank you, Liam. I know he's here tonight for his assistance in this process. I'm a part of the working groups for elementary and special education. I have been very involved in the EL education learning walks. As you know, we just began a new curriculum, and one of the things that we're working very hard is to making sure that our principals understand the curriculum so that they can support the teachers in this work. Also part of the ILA learning walks. I have also been involved in the ELL curriculum work. We're doing an overhaul of that this year and going on learning walks throughout the district to learn how our students in those programs are being serviced. I visited many citywide special education programs in the last few months, been working on some grant development for teaching and learning with the help of Amy Mistro, obviously been looking at MCAS data, and we are full steam ahead in our curriculum reviews for math, PE, and high school science. So that just gives you a kind of a breadth of the work I've been doing. And all of these things have helped me inform some of the critical needs that I'm going to identify for you tonight. So as you can see here, there are 4 major areas based on the conversations and observations I've had in this short time I've been here. And one of them you're very familiar with, and that's coordinating system of identifying student needs and their progress, also known as our MTSS. And I'm going to talk a little bit tonight about how the Office of Teaching and Learning supports the academic arm of MTSS. Another area that we spoke of in August was the development of high quality curriculum used with fidelity in all of our classrooms. And the other piece was another critical need is providing ongoing professional development on implementing personalized instruction for different learners. And then finally, concentrating on reading development throughout the district. And I'll go over some of the MCAS data to support that in just a few minutes. Critical need 1 is obviously the MTSS and helping to support that from the academic arm of that. One thing that I'm going to be including throughout the presentation is some MCAS data that I think are relevant to these different areas. I think you're all familiar that of the MCAS chronic absentee data that we have. One of the things that we've learned that on average, students who are chronically absent have lower rates of proficiency on the MCAS. We're also seeing our students who identify themselves as Hispanic, Black, African American, English learners, students with disabilities, and students participating in the METCO program are more likely to be chronically absent. And so as you can imagine, that correlates to their student achievement. We're also seeing high rates of chronic absenteeism in grades 12, 11, 8, 10, and 1. And so when you talk about absentee, there's a lot of different reasons why students are not coming to school. It could be family issues, it could be personal issues, but we also hear from students that a big part of that is the academic setting that we provide them. So you might find students who not come to school because they're a struggling learner and they don't feel comfortable and they feel overwhelmed and they feel lost in terms of how they perform in the classroom. You also might hear from students who are, quite frankly, these are their words, not mine, bored. They're not engaged. They feel as if it's not relevant. And so the academic piece of MTS is a way that we can kind of build the capacity for students to enjoy school, come to school, and obviously achieve better. One of the things I wanted to share with you, I tried to create a graphic that kind of illustrated how MTS looks like through the academic lens. As you know, there's different lenses. There's the social, emotional, there's the behavioral, and the academic pieces. And one of the things that I think is really important is that through the Office of Teaching and Learning is to ensure that our Tier 1, our core instruction, includes all the elements that are listed on that diagram. And I used the garden because I know that's something that Dr. Nolan is really, really excited about. So we're gonna keep going with that garden theme.
Go
So-
with me, Gina. Come on.
So when we talk about what core Tier 1 looks like from an academic perspective, essentially what we're trying to ensure is that we have high quality curriculum in place for our students. And I'm going to get into exactly what that entails in just a few moments. We also want to make sure that our teachers are utilizing research best practices to engage students, to challenge students. We want to make sure that our instruction is personalized whenever possible, and I'll talk a little bit more what that means in just a few minutes. And we also want to make sure that we have effective assessments in place that are data-driven to help us better understand the directions that we need to be going in with our students. I also outlined some of the Tier 2 supports that we might provide for some of our students who might be falling behind in Tier 1. So things like small group instruction, targeted support strategies. And for those students, the smaller group that are even more so struggling, we want to make sure that we're providing individualized intense instruction, more instructional time, and high collaboration of educators help us get to that point of helping those students. So as we talk about MTS, and I mentioned that it's very important in the Tier 1 that we provide high quality curriculum with fidelity. We talked a little bit about this in August, and I just kind of want to refresh our memories a little bit. One of the things I helped us is define curriculum, and there's about 11 components of what makes up curriculum. And in the reviews that we've done so far in Newton Public Schools, out of the 11, there's 2 that are consistently in place. We do have curriculum that is aligned to the state standards, so that's great. And we also have a lot of our curriculum guides have identified units of study where we are identifying the content and skills. But there are a lot of other components of curriculum that are sporadic at best, or they might even not even be present at all. And so as you can see here, things like scoping, scope and sequences, pacing calendars, making sure that there is discussions in terms of the alignment, both vertically and horizontally. So these are the things that we're hoping to bring through our curriculum review process. In last August, I also talked about some of the effective components of curriculum, and in our new curriculum review process, we're ensuring that each one of these different components are in place. In order to do the work of curriculum review and get to all the pieces that I've outlined, we have to have a systematic process for doing that work. And so I introduced to you in August a 4-phase 5-year cycle. That includes a self-study, and that's where we are right now this year with math, PE, health, and wellness. I'm really, really excited about this work, and I think you'd be very proud of the work that our curriculum coordinators are doing, our math department chairs are doing, and the committee members are doing in this area. They're all coming together and having really difficult conversations and just taking a deep look as to what's the current status of math and PE and health in our district. A couple of groups that we have working on curriculum writing this year, they're redesigning, they're piloting our high school science program. I'm going to talk a little bit about the work I'm doing with them this year. And as I mentioned earlier, our ELL program is going through a curriculum overhaul. In the area of professional development and implementation, our elementary literacy grades 3 through 5 are, as you know, are working toward implementing EL education. That's going really, really well. And then in monitoring, refining, and evaluating, our elementary literacy K through 12 is underway. So this is just the cycle that will be utilized as we go through every single content area's curriculum review. So in terms of MCAS data, I know you have this. This is a reflection of the math data. And while I think it's important to keep the perspective that Newton does very well in terms of the state comparisons, we also recognize that there's some growth to be made in these areas. And one of the things that is most concerning to us is the progress of our students that are in our METCO program, as well as the groups that we mentioned before. So our Black student, Hispanic students, students with disabilities, and ELL. I think one of the most powerful ways that we address the achievement of our students is through curriculum and the curriculum review process. So I kind of want to give you an idea of what's happening right now in math to kind of take a look at this deep work. So the math, and this is a process that I mentioned that will happen in PE and health. So I'm not going to go into the details of PE and health with you tonight, but you can kind of understand that this is consistent through every step of the way. So our first step is creating a curriculum review committee that is representative of teachers from all over the districts at all the different schools, as well as having individuals on the committee that have that lens of students. Like, for example, our ELL students, our ELL director is on this committee. We have a few special education teachers that are on this committee, of course, and we have central office administrators. We also employed a couple of math consultants this year to help us with this work. And what I think is so powerful and the feedback that I'm getting for teachers, it's really nice to have people from the outside take a look at what we're doing on the inside and give a little bit more of an objective perspective, keep us informed of best practices that are going around. So these two folks have been really instrumental in this process. So this year we engaged, the very first thing we wanted to do is look at what was happening in the taught curriculum. So in other words, what's happening in our classroom. And so we devised a process for going into different classrooms at different levels throughout the district. We were looking at things at rigor. We were looking at student engagement. We were looking at how well we develop the needs of struggling learners and so forth. And that data was compiled. It was something that will be shared in part of the self-study when we come back to you in May. One of the other things that we look at is the written curriculum. So I devised a curriculum rubric tool that helps us kind of look at things very consistently. Again, in the previous slide, you saw those different effective elements of curriculum. So those are kind of the things that will be examined in the curriculum guide review. One of the most powerful things that we did recently was the curriculum crosswalk analysis sample. And so this is where we asked all of our teachers in every single school and every single math department at every different level, is we asked them to take a look at the standards for math that is provided to us by DESE. And we asked them to talk amongst themselves to determine to what extent they are covering the standards. And what a great exercise that was, because we were able to take that data and look at our MCAS, and where there were areas that maybe we weren't as performing as well as we would like to, we could go to the crosswalk and see, well, to what extent is that being covered in our classroom? So that cross analysis has been really helpful in terms of helping us identify needs, but also action plans moving forward. We're also taking a look at any assessments that our staff are utilizing. We are going to be conducting surveys for our staff, our students, and the community at large. And then in May, we are going to be validating that with our teachers, make sure they get their eyes on it, make sure that it's representative of and accurate of the things that, that were part of the review process. And then we'll be bringing that document back to you in May for your review. So it's a lot of work that goes into it, a lot of structure, but it's been, I think a lot of the teachers would say that it's been very worthwhile. Any questions on that so far? Great. One of this. Yes.
We heard some feedback during public comment that would be helpful to figure out at least multi-levels, maybe before pre-registration at high school. I just throwing that out for you to think through on the timing. Good luck with that.
You want me to?
You can have a go at it if you want to.
One of the things I want to say is that myself and Dr. Roundtree are taking this issue very seriously. One of the things that we have been engaging in through the High School Curriculum Council is having these conversations. And one of the things we both agree on, and Dr. Roundtree, feel free to jump in at any time here, is that the first thing we have to do is understand what the levels actually mean. So what does it mean to be a CP student versus an honor student and so forth? Those are the important questions you have to have first. And as you know, that work can be very, 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 very complicated. We're going to be meeting with the high school department chairs, I believe, in the next couple of weeks. And one of the activities that we're going to do with them is just that. We're going to have them kind of articulate to us, what does it mean? And it can't be things like, you know, an honors class is just at a faster pace. We really want them to dig deep and really be able to articulate what does that status really mean. So I think that's our first step. I don't know if you wanted to add anything or.
Sure.
So I think building on what Dr. Flanagan just said, really articulating in a concrete way what it means for student experience and instructional practice at each of the levels before we really get into a deep dive about what a multi-level class looks like. And so we've been working with Brian Barron and Heather Hatchkiss, who also are co-leaders of the Curriculum Council, and we're really wanting to establish, you know, what are the very clear expectations for these courses? What are the types of assessments that would recommend a student to be in this course in one level versus another? What is the relationship at that level with the standards in terms of what standards are prioritized? And what, of course, it is our expectation that all classes cover the standards, but if it is a higher level course, what are the things beyond the standards that students will be asked to do? We wanted to make sure that we also articulate how each level will be different in terms of tasks and assessments, and also the specific supports that students will receive. We feel like once we have that in a very concrete place, we will then be able to have a pretty robust conversation about to what degree multi-level instruction fits our current vision. But I think that the beginning is really having a strong foundation and in a very, very concrete and measurable way what happens at each level.
I mean, I just want, if you don't mind, going back to the components of curriculum. I think the three of us are trying to make sense of the current multi-level program ourselves, because without these things, without a pacing guide and common assessments and common curriculum, it's really hard to know how we are placing students and whether we are creating more equity problems than we solved with this situation. So we can't answer that right now because we are peeling the onion to get into the curriculum. I mean, I'm all for solving problems really fast too, a la Ryan Normandin, but I think we want to really get a handle on like what are all the parts we need to solve in order to have the math program that we dream of. So that's what this process is trying to do. And I guess I just want parents to know that there will be, as Gina was about to tell you, a survey section where everybody can share all the things, just like you heard parents sharing today. We do want to know what people's experiences are. And yes, we're going to ask you what supplemental mathematics programs or experiences you are undertaking in order to live your own family's vision of mathematics for your child. So I don't know if you wanted to add more than that.
Covers. I mean, we recognize that it's a very diverse conversation, that for every person that supports it, there's some that don't. So it's going to be something that we take seriously and treat with a lot of care. We're, relying a lot on our consultants to do some research, but I can tell you even in that area, it's very diverse as well. So, but our focus is to do what's best for our students, and I'm sure we'll get there.
Do you have a question on the same topic?
Yeah.
Paul? Yeah, go ahead.
So, first of all, thanks for the presentation. It's wonderful. And thank you for addressing this particular topic. So tell me if I'm reading this correctly about what defines the curriculum. You've got several things there, which all seem to make rigorous, analytical, common sense. Am I to take from that, by its absence today, that when the decision was made to move to the multi-level approach, that those analyses were not taken, that there was in essence, as Ryan and other people have said, and Patrick also said, that Newton Public Schools did not undertake the kind of thorough analysis you're suggesting when it made the decision to move to the multi-level system.
Obviously, I wasn't here for the part of it, but I think with any decisions you make in curriculum, there's a structure and there's best practices to look at. I can't speak to whether that process occurred, but I can tell you that moving forward, this is the process that we're going to gauge in.
But I understand you weren't here before, but it seems almost axiomatic that if it doesn't exist now,
yeah,
it didn't exist then.
Yeah. I think I think I know what you're getting at, and I think that some of the questions that we're asking, for example, are some of these pieces in place, and I think for the most part the answer is no. We're also asking for data. So how does the multi-level class relate to student achievement? That's a very big. That's going to be a very big question that we're going to need to answer. We've requested that information from the high schools, and that will hopefully be a part of the self-study. So to your question, I
guess I sorry to interrupt, but I guess in light of your entry plan and Dr. Nolan's that she presented to us months ago, there seems a persistent lack of assessment throughout many of our grades and many of our subjects. And so where does that leave you in doing the analysis today? How do you construct? We got MCAS data, I know, but the MCAS data is summative, right? It's not formative. So it seems to me, again, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems to me you don't have the data in a formative kind of way to analyze individual and collective student performance over time. Within a grade, much less across the grades.
Well, and I would say that teachers have been left to create those systems themselves and have done one heck of a job with that, with very little resources. But it also creates an unevenness that we are now dealing with, right? So hard to build these structures that reduce student achievement gaps systemically if we have no tier 1 foundation.
And I guess what I end up worrying about is that a lot of the impetus for moving this way was to try to reduce those achievement gaps that we're seeing. But in the absence of a rigorous structure to accomplish all these steps, we don't know if we're actually making a difference there or whether we may actually be doing harm by what's in place. We don't know, right? It sounds like you've got a lot of work to do. I'm not saying this to be critical. I'm just saying it to understand where we are. As I said at our last meeting, it's not our job as a school committee to design curriculum or even to make the decisions on curriculum. It's yours. Our job is to ask you questions as to how you did it and what you've learned and the question you've been asking year after year. What have we learned along the way, right? And so I'm very pleased you're doing it. I share the level of distress that Ryan was saying and that Patrick Song was saying about the fact that we proceeded with all this without that foundation of knowing how we were going to accomplish the goals we said were important to us. So I'm glad you're on it. And from my point of view, whatever support you need, you have. And thank you for doing it. Thanks, Chris.
Okay. On this particular point? Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Rajiv, and then Tamika.
So again, appreciate the work, and I understand that we need some consistent set of standards to figure out like tracking, right, for want of a better term here. The other question I have though, which, and I don't know if you have any data on it, one of the, like I wasn't on the school committee when this change was made, but one of the things we'd hear was that a challenge was with very early tracking of students, where you would end up with students being put on a track that was, say, below their capability or below their, you know, the threshold they could reach in terms of a certain subject, and going to multi-level classes and pushing out the tracking meant that you would see students who may have started out, again, to use our high school terminology, as students enrolled in CP, making their way up to ACP, making their way up to honors, etc. Right? Do we have any data at all about students who made that jump? Because that would be the corollary to what Paul just asked, and the intent of, at least the intent of why this was done. And if we don't have it, then we really have nothing that shows us that multi-level classes have achieved their goals, which would be very concerning.
As part of the math curriculum review, we've requested that information from both high school principals. So if it exists, we'll get our hands on it, and hopefully it does exist. So
I can just add one thing. I think the framing when I think about this is challenges and opportunities. And I think that obviously with two high schools with slightly different approaches, I think that is a challenge. But I think the opportunity is that we can build a common vision moving forward. And the word common is important here, because I think what we need is common assessments. Because as Dr. Nolan said, our teachers are working very hard to assess student learning and be responsive in their instruction. But a challenge is if we're not using common assessments, it's difficult to do comparisons. Comparing the performance of students in a CP standalone versus a CP ACP class. As we're establishing common assessments, we'll be able to have more information to be able to compare performance in different classrooms, different schools, which will help us make informed judgments. And again, the approach to collecting data between the two schools, I think there are bright spots in both places. One bright spot, I do think that Newton North has collected some data, particularly about students who are enrolled either in CP, ACP, or ACP honors, who have then opted to go into the higher level. And they did present that during their State of the City, the State of the School this summer. But I think we have to get to a place where the Newton Public Schools is collecting this sort of data universally across schools, and we're taking steps to do that.
Thank you. Tamika, then Emily.
Thank you. So I first want to clarify, one of our public commenters referred to a conversation with the former school committee chair. He's not referring to this former school committee chair. I was not on board when this was devised and implemented. But I will say, from my perspective, and again, that's just the perspective of one of the 8 members here, Dr. Nolan, when you spoke about solving problems really fast, I would like to urge us to not just think beyond solving problems really fast, but solving them really well. And the really well part is part of what makes the timing not so much an imperative for me. Because if you're doing really comprehensive, really depthful, really just good work for our kids, and that's what your charge is, then I think you have to look and you have to be deliberate. And certainly that might be out of step with how the teachers might prefer to move, how parents might prefer to move, how students themselves might prepare to move. But if we're making a change, make it be the right change for the right reasons. Make it be a system where we're replacing something that doesn't work with something that works better, and that comports with the finances that we have in front of us. Do we have the staff requisite to make the change? Do we have the funding requisite to make the change? If we don't, then we need to think broader about what that change looks like. So this is, again, I'm not prejudging where we land on this. It's just the methodical kind of step-by-step feedback seeking, all of the things that you, Dr. Flanagan, and you, Dr. Roundtree, said is central to your thinking on this, I think we have to support. Because to do otherwise would be a disservice to our kids. So.
Thank you. Emily?
I just want to say something really quickly. First of all, thank you so much. I thought that the presentation, and I know we're not even done with it yet, but the presentation was amazing and very clear cut. And I have a much greater understanding of what the roadmap is going forward. So I really appreciate that. Just speaking as a parent who had a child graduate from South before mixed level classes came in, I just want to give feedback. I have a feeling that we've discussed this before, but it bears repeating again, which is whatever system we come up with next needs to have on-ramps and off-ramps, because for how a student performs in 7th grade in math was determining what your trajectory was going to be for your entire high school career was kind of crazy. And I had a kid who wasn't particularly strong in math in middle school, but then ended up minoring in math and is a computer programmer now. And like, I think that he could have benefited from, you know, that given the opportunity to actually get out of his little ACP bubble. So, thanks.
And I think what a couple people have brought up kind of reminds me what our no longer with us Ward 7 member used to point out of, you know, we're still making some sort of, you know, partly objective, partly subjective assessment on putting kids in these tracks in the first place. And then, you know, if you don't get that part right, none of the rest of it is, or at least becomes less relevant. So I wasn't going to go down this path. Let me just ask you one question. I think may be really stupid and obvious, but I'm going to ask it anyway. If, you know, we're in this uncertain area of we're just not sure how well this works, and if we're, you know, even if it works philosophically, you know, maybe it's just not executed on well. It's not, you know, it's not an unsound practice. It's in the execution, not the thing itself. While we're in that space and trying to figure this out, is it incrementally disruptive to say we would go back to not having multi-level classes while we're still figuring it out? Is that an incremental level of disruption, or is that, I mean, I know we have classes that are not every class is multi-level. So is that incrementally disruptive, or is that just like, hey, we're just doing something different. We're still in the space of uncertainty, still trying to figure it out?
I mean, I would say to you, we still have the same problem, which is how do we put kids in those levels? Because I mean, I don't know if you want to expand on that, but
as a former high school principal and just thinking this through, there's all different components. So it's scheduling. Where do these kids go? There's that piece. So there's the time. There's transcript, the high school transcripts. How does that get communicated? So there's a lot of complexities to this particular issue.
I mean, just one straight up example that'll illustrate it for you. So we recently learned that the integrated math program we have, 6% of schools in the United States go that route of integrated mathematics versus traditional algebra 1, algebra 2, geometry, et cetera. So just if a kid is in 9th grade right now, they've gone through part 1 of integrated math. Where do you put them after that? Do you put them in algebra? Do you put them in geometry? So, you know, not only can this not go fast, it has to have different ramps and a phase in over time, right? We just went through this as a state in science. In 2017, the Department of Education decided to stop doing what we call the layer cake science, which was life science, physical science, chemistry, physics, and went to integrated, just like that, right? So that takes a 5-year roll in to after you part that has a phase in. The second part is the levels after that. And so we are not even, we're not close to knowing all the things yet. We'll have some recommendations by the end of the year after these fine folks go through a year of talks with our materials. And we really do need to hear more from the teachers about what the day-to-day and the actual assessments are that exist.
Okay.
Joy, you looked like you wanted to say something. Feel free to, but I don't want to put you on the spot.
I don't know how, sorry, I don't know how helpful this would be. But Victor got back to me after the last meeting, and he was saying that you were all looking for some more information of what students thought of it. So we made a form and we just sent it out to some people we know. We didn't get the widest data set, but when focusing on math, a majority of people who ranked mixed level math 1 to 5 were in honors, because most of the answers on the form we got weren't from honors and accelerated students. And a lot of people, and the people who actually ranked it above 5, so from 5 to 10, a lot of people's reasonings for that was that it was easier. So I don't know, do what you will with that information, but that's what we noticed. And also people felt much more strongly about mixed level math than they did for the other classes. So it seems that mixed level math is not super popular among students, or the students we assessed at least.
Great. If you're willing to share your data set with us, we'd love that.
I would be happy
And
to.
we thank the students for lending their voice to the discussion.
And we're also going to have a student survey for the math curriculum, so that question will be on there. So encourage your classmates to help us out.
Definitely.
Shall we keep going on?
Okay. Thanks for
Rock on.
the big interruption of questions there while we were on that specific point. I know it's on a lot of folks' minds, so.
The other thing that I wanted to provide in our conversations tonight is the budgetary costs, particularly as it relates to math. So I kind of broke down the way I got this data. We haven't settled on a curriculum, so I want to make that very clear. That gets people very nervous, but we had to have some kind of starting point. So what we did is
I had to ask for the money, so we had
Right,
to know
yeah.
what you're buying.
Exactly. So DESE has a site called Curate, which they utilize to rate curriculum. And we went from that list and picked randomly 3 curriculums and kind of averaged out the cost. So as you can see here, there's an average initial cost for math curriculum that includes textbooks, manipulatives, teacher resources. So that you have those prices there. They're generally 3-year contracts, but then there's also a yearly fee for a lot of these programs. So that would include digital licensures, consumables, and so forth. So I just wanted to give you just an estimate of where we're at. It could be a little bit more, or a little bit less, depending on what we choose. Okay. Getting back to the MCAS data, we put this slide in here just so that we can kind of have a base of the work that we're doing with science. I would say that our science scores are, again, above state average, certainly room for growth. But I think that we're moving in the right direction when it comes to science. One of the things that we're doing this year is I've had the pleasure of working with Heather Hotchkiss and Jerry Gagnon, who are our high school department chairs for North and South. They're very knowledgeable and very passionate educators. And one of the things that we're trying to figure out is what does the high school curriculum look for both schools? And so that process, very similar to math, we did a crosswalk in terms of the extent of which things are being taught. We're also working on developing units of study for science. One of the things that's really interesting about this process is that the math teachers are really devoted to making their curriculum guide focus on the 8 practices of science that are embedded in the next generation science standards. And what I love about this, it totally aligns to our Portrait of a Graduate, where we're talking about the skills that students need to be more inquisitive, develop curiosity, critical thinking skills, and so forth. So I think that's going to be a highlight of the upcoming science curriculum that's in development right now. In terms of science,
Is there any chance we could hold it till the end?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Write it down.
We've already had our big interruption.
In terms of K through 8 science, as you know, that this year we are involved in, at least for K to 2, a open SciEd field test that took place thanks to a grant that we were able to secure. We're going to be coming to you at the end of this year to get your feedback and your approval of adopting a curriculum. So that'll be more to come. In third to fifth grade, we're continuing a look of Open SciEd as well. Most likely, we'll be looking to adopt that curriculum in the 2026 school year. In 6 through 8, we are in year 2 of a 3-year rollout of Open SciEd. The total cost is $214,000, already covered by the free cash from last year. In terms of the potential cost for 6 through 5, that total cost came out to $632,000. $425,000 of that is already funded by free cash. And in terms of the 6 through 8 science, $47,000 is needed this year, $77,000 next year's for consumables. So science is a heavy consumable content area. Additional $30,000 per year for consumable moving forward, which will be a part of the budget process. And as you can see there, the PD that was covered by existing funds for Open SciEd, and I can't see the bottom, it's the gizmos, that's already being funded. So I think we're in a really good spot in terms of where we are, at least for
No one
funding.
knows what gizmos are, so tell them.
What's that?
No one knows what gizmos are, so tell them.
So gizmos is, hold on a second. Sorry, Anna. I had a slide on that to show that, but I don't think I included it. I don't have that slide with you.
So gizmos are simulation software that allows people to do scientific demonstrations digitally for students. And gizmos in this time that's supposedly seen as more like real science rather than, you know, the typical MCAS essay.
So I think it's important to have this information so that we can make informed decisions on how we support curriculum. As you can see, high quality curriculum, it costs. So we wanted to have this information for you in advance. All right, critical need number 3. One of the things that I have observed in my observations and in talking with folks throughout the district is that we need to keep a focus on professional development, on implementing personalized instruction. And it's not that personalized instruction is not happening in Newton Public Schools, but because it's such the heart of soul of teaching, it's something that we consistently have to have our eyes on. Last week, we attended Anna and Chris and I attended a symposium at Harvard in which there were debating whether Algebra 1 should be at the middle school level. And one of the things that the speaker said that really resonated to me is that in the, like, for example, a kindergarten classroom, when students come to kindergarten for the very first time, they come with a wide variety of cognitive abilities. And the span, according to the speaker, was that in a kindergarten classroom on the first day, you'll have students who are at the age 2, and then you have students who are coming in at age 8, and that is a wide span. So you could say that in every classroom in Newton, we have multi-levels, and that work is incredibly challenging. And I kind of want to talk a little bit about what that entails, because I think it will kind of also help us make decisions in terms of the other question we had earlier about multi-level classes. So in a very simple form, personalized instruction is essentially tailoring instruction to meet the needs of students. And when we talk about that, we have to look at all students. So when we're designing instruction, we have to make sure that we're meeting the needs of students with special challenges, that we're also looking to fulfill the needs of our high achieving students, and that we are also working to make sure that we are meeting the needs of students from different backgrounds. When personalized instruction is in place, great things happen. You'll see that students have an increased engagement, and if students are engaged, it's going to improve their learning outcomes. When students are learning, they feel more confident and they have a more increased self-awareness of their learning and ownership toward their learning. It also helps students learn more effectively and help develop deeper learning. And most importantly, it helps to inspire a love for learning. So the work of personalized instruction, in my next slide, I just kind of wanted to give you an understanding of when a teacher is trying to meet the needs of all students in their classroom. This work is heavy and it requires a lot of collaboration and a lot of professional development. So when we talk about personalized instruction, the first thing a teacher must ask themselves is, how am I going to differentiate the content so that pizza, this is our missing. Sorry about that. So we talk about differentiating the content. You've heard of the term, I'm sure, of Universal Design for Learning, or UDL, in which we try to meet students where they're at, and we try to remove up ahead of time all the barriers to learning to ensure that every student their needs are being met in the curriculum. So that's one part that is a big part of the differentiating of content. Students or teachers will have to look at where the students are in their cognitive abilities, what kind of reader they are. So that's a big, heavy lift of itself. The other thing that teachers have to do when they're personalizing learning is they have to differentiate their classroom. So in other words, creating a safe environment where students can collaborate and deepen their understanding. You'll see the elements of cultural responsiveness. That's where that comes in. Social emotional learning comes into play there. So developing the right atmosphere for students to learn is really important. Teachers then will have to look at differentiating instructional styles. We know that not every learner is the same and everybody learns differently. So when we look at the learning activities, we have to ask ourselves, make sure that it's reflective of all our learners. Some kids learn more visually, some kids, are auditory and so forth. And so making sure that the instructional strategies that we have in place are, cohesive with students of all different learning styles. And then we ask teachers to make sure that they're differentiating the product. So they're developing different ways for students to show what they know. You mentioned that your student was in terms of math. There are so many different ways to help students kind of articulate what they know in mathematics. Not one way is right, not one way is wrong, but we have to give ourselves enough opportunities to really peel that onion in terms of student achievement. So I wanted you to kind of see that, in a classroom, when we're talking about personalized instruction, it is a lot of work to meet the needs of students from all different levels. So some of the questions that I have been kind of formulating as I've kind of gone through this journey and trying to understand how we personalize instruction in Newton Public Schools. I first took a look at our general education classes. And I think some of the questions we have to ask is, how are we engaging ELL students on IEPs, and high need subgroups? That's one question. Our MCAS data shows that that's an area of concern. But we also have to go to the opposite end of the spectrum and really have conversations about how we are engaging our high performing students as well. In terms of special education, one of the things that I have been rolling around in my head during my journeys throughout the district is, what are the roles and responsibilities of educators in co-taught classrooms? It's a very specialized, a very artful instructional model, and we could use some guidance and a closer look into that area. What are the expectations for students on IEPs in a general education classroom? What are the best practices that we can consistently employ to maximize student participation and achievement in inclusion classrooms? In terms of the hot topic of the day, the multi-level classes, I think I kind of alluded to it earlier, is that in order for us to really dig deep into this work, we have to really better understand what those levels mean in terms of standards. So the content knowledge that needs to be in place, the level of rigor. So what are the instructional strategies that teachers have to employ? What are the thinking skills that we're after for our students? So we have to make sure that we're deliberately scaffolding the content skills and not just making vague statements like, well, honors classes are more challenging. We have to look at assignments and assessments, student products, to make sure that it's not just more work or it's faster paced, but it actually has meaning. We have to look at student engagement, how we're involving students in the learning. And then the final is, what data do we have on this approach? So these are kind of all the questions that I think working with my team and continue to focus on, I think will help us devise even more progress in terms of personalized instruction for our students. Any questions on that before I move on? All right, I'm wrapping it up, Anna. So last but not least, our critical need number 4 is a concentrated focus on writing development across the district. This is very MCAS driven. Thank you to Katie for putting this together. As you can see from the chart that we have here, the first thing I want to mention that writing scores across the state post-pandemic really took a turn for the worse, especially in the lower elementary grade levels. But specifically to Newton, some of the areas that we've identified is that in grades 3 to 8, while the writing scores for these students improved from spring 2022 to 24, especially in grades 5 and 7, students are not maximizing the total number of available points distributed in the writing section. So there are some achievement gaps that are persisting in writing. In terms of grade 10, while writing scores remain above the state average, there is a slight trend in decline scores, and students are also not maximizing the total number of available points distributed in the writing section. So one of the questions that I posed to the department chairs as well as the curriculum coordinators, how are we assessing students in writing? And so I kind of want to share some of the feedback that I've gotten in that area. But at the elementary level, I think we're in really good shape. Our new EL curriculum does a really good job in providing a comprehensive writing program. So the exercises that students will be engaged in are aligned to the state standards. They're going to be exposed to a wide variety of different writing genres and formats. And the assessment tools and the exercises all relate to authentic writing tasks so that students have a deeper understanding of writing across contents. At the secondary level, it's a little bit different. At the middle school, they do give a single writing assessment at the start of the school year, but they do not follow up on that. So there's not a progress monitoring of writing. And so one of the things we've talked about is there a need to maybe have multiple assessments that are common in writing at the middle school level? And that's something that is in discussion. I have been meeting with the curriculum coordinator for the middle school, as well as the two department chairs to start having these conversations. Next year, we'll be engaged in a 6 through 12 curriculum review process. So they'll start just like we are with math. And so we're doing some preliminary work. And one of the things that we're taking a look at is the writing area to see like what recommendations that we can make moving forward. So that is all I have for you on the writing piece. That's all I have for my presentation. If you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Paul, I know you had a question from before.
I think it's a quick one. You talk about trying to bring together the approach of the two high schools in different subjects. And I can see why we might want to do that, but is there an argument that to let a couple flowers bloom? In other words, to have intentionally a different approach in the two schools so that you have kind of a natural experiment as to which way things might work better.
I get that question a lot. And again, I always put on my high school principal hat. I think that the state has very clearly said we have to have common learning standards in place. So that's not something that we can mess with. We have to have certain standards in place. The great thing about curriculum, the curriculum guides are meant to create the consistency as they pertain to the learning standards. It's also a great way for people to share information on best practices, what works, what has been proven to work. So I think in those areas, the curriculum guide is meant to create that consistency. But the power of instruction is in the hands of the educator in front of the room. And that's where the beauty is, right? So a teacher might take different approaches to one particular standard. And we want to encourage that. I think that's something that none of us want to see change. We want our teachers to feel empowered to teach in a way that makes sense for them and makes sense for their students. But we do have to have common assessments are a good thing. They help us identify student needs and strength. That's, I think, any research-based practice, you'll find that that's very common. And having those conversations in terms of, what do we want kids to know and be able to do? I think that's a fair conversation to have. So I think there's a lot of room to uphold standards and consistency, but also give teachers the autonomy to do what they do best.
Thanks.
Thank you. So, Anping?
Thank you. This is quite a comprehensive plan, and you cover a lot of areas, so it's hard to comment. Very impressive, and I really like the very first one, critical need one, coordinated system of identifying student needs and their progress. And I know my colleagues might comment on many other things, but let me just share a little bit my views about this. Still kind of evolving. I might have thought about that in the past. You mentioned something which I thought was really concerning. Medical students and African American students seems they are having some challenging in learning, and I probably would say that in past few years, MCAS test performance and these groups, of course, we did not talk about specifically MCAS group of students, but African American students' performance and Hispanic student performance, and were concerning. Now, I'm wondering if we're talking about coordinated system, and I think I mentioned it before, because it's hard for teachers to give them full support multiple years, and those students move grade to grade. So even though you try very hard to support those students, the next year they move to different grade, and it's hard to follow. Good things for MCAS test, we do have students' MCAS history summary report, which covers all the grade MCAS tests they took. So if they're high school students, you really can look back from the elementary school, middle school, even though they were tested in different school districts, you still have that data. And now Newton, we are trying to develop different assessment tools. So we have more and more data to follow. So I think for these students, I really hope district would spend time to look into their cases. Now we have the profile of learner, as Dr. Nolan and our whole district now is working hard. I think we could have some profile of at-risk students, for example. They failed the MCAS test multiple years. Now these students are really, really concerning to everybody because they possibly will not graduate from high school. So I'm thinking whether your office could kind of think about some kind of tool or program to follow these students, and almost like a IEP type of program, individual educational program, and probably we could have some kind of individual learning program, which include all the assessment the tools, results, and any specific challenging background. I don't know, socioeconomic status, family background, or some other thing, language, or special needs, because otherwise, I'm afraid some students will fall into the cracks because teacher could work hard for support them, and then next year, they could not follow them. And again, I heard that one of the most popular Department of Education student report is student profile. And I've seen those student profile, which almost includes everything. And the courses they have taken, the grades they have taken, and including attendance and a different school. So this is very rich profile. So I'm wondering if your office, because I cannot think of any other office can do that.
So we actually have started to do that. The learning goal for the Office of Teaching and Learning this year is to take a look at what's happening in the classrooms, particularly to our students of color as well as special education in the ELL. And one of the things that we've done is we've gone on learning walks. So the way it works is with the coordination of the Office of Student Services, we've asked them to provide us a sampling of students that hit these different subgroups. And so what we've done is we show up at the school, our team goes out through, we've gone to every single school in the district so far. We meet with the special education, representative or ELL representative. They tell us a little bit about the student. And so we get a little bit of a profile of where that student is at. And then we go into the classroom, we follow that student, and we're making observations. Okay, so in terms of, what's the engagement for that student? Are they an active participant in their learning? Are they engaged in any different activity that the classroom is doing? And so we're trying to collect data from that perspective as to what is that experience like for those specific groups of students. That along with the data that we're collecting, whether it's MCAS, whether it's iReady, or the STAR Renaissance, we're just really trying to get a better understanding of, and also with our MTS system. So making sure that we're covering all our bases to really understand what the student experience is for those subgroups.
Okay, Chris, let me finish my comment. So I'm wondering if it's possible, if it's appropriate, I do like to see a few profiles of those students, whether it's family background, socioeconomic status, or special needs, or language learning, English language learning difficulties, whatever things have made these students kind of chronicle low performer, whatever the learning difficulties. So this way, we can understand better. I don't know what's the percentage. We have about 20% of special needs students who have the IEP, I don't know, we might have a few percent of those students who are struggling with their academic studies, may also have other challenges, social emotional learning challenges. But if we can share some profiles without private information, just give us a few examples so we understand better those students. And might be absentee, as you mentioned. They might miss more than 10 days of a whole school year or 20 days. That itself could be a tremendous factor of their low performance. But still, that will give us some insight of those students. And I think, again, that's our job, to take care of every student, make them, they will thrive in Newton school system.
Right,
Thank
well,
you.
we'll put our heads together and think about the best way to present that back to you.
Thank you. Tamika and then Mayor Fuller.
So, I guess I'm going to piggyback a little bit on the points Anping made, which is that, it continues to be the case that one of the biggest predictors of whether you're going to be at grade level in your terms of achievement is your race. And the next biggest predictor is whether you're in ELL, and followed by whether you are a student who is in special education. And that continues to be a problem. I think it's an interesting correlation, the absenteeism data that we have this year. I don't know if that correlation is a cause. And some of the other elements or factors that Anping has surfaced, which is socioeconomic status or anything else. Those are all interesting correlations to the root cause. And I think it's important for us to keep conscious or cognizant of that. The objective is how to get performance up for our kids. And so, sure, take a look broadly at what might be contributing to the outcomes, but be focused on how do we address the outcomes? How do we change them over time? And I know a huge piece of how we're going to be successful in doing that is by tracking and keeping really good data on certain kids. And certainly the approach of observing children and seeing how they are engaged with by their educators and how they are choosing to engage in their classroom settings is going to be an important piece to kind of understand that picture. And so it continues to be, and I'm sure for you as well, but it's a sad state for kids in these particular demographics. And I talk to a lot of parents all the time, and they'll say things like, well, you do a good job in Newton Public Schools of meeting the needs of kids of color and kids on IEPs, but what about my child? And I have to help parents reframe and think that and see that there's a whole bucket of students that we're still struggling to meet their needs. And so I don't think we can turn the page on any one group. And so I just wanted to put that out there in the meeting for the umpteenth time that we've had this conversation. Oh, and I really appreciate the embedding in your presentation, the MCAS data. I think it worked really well, and it was very well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Fuller.
You as well.
Turning the page really differently from the very important comments that Tamika just made. A heads up for the superintendent and Liam Hurley and us as school committee members, as we are doing much more thoughtful, robust review of curriculum and refreshing and rethinking and changing. We've been in an unusual period where first we had ARPA funding, and then we've been living through a period with high interest rates, which is higher than usual free cash. Both of those are drawing to an end. There's been 2 years I've been able to put forward significant funding to renew curriculum. I think that unfortunately we're more than likely entering the more normal era, returning to the period where we have to embed in the budgets of the Newton Public Schools annually. Maybe it's this year it's PE and next year it's science and then the year after it's history or whatever. The cycle of investment is real and important, and we're going to, at budget time, have to manage that and set aside the funding for it rather than counting on unusual one-time funds to do it.
Thank you. One question on that point. When you laid out the cost of rolling out curriculum, and it was, roughly 1.3 million for the initial year, the 3-year contract, $400,000 on a recurring basis. I know, we've in the past tended away from, these vended solutions, and everything's been developed in-house, and we have this whole patchwork and everything, but that's still some time of some people who work for NPS who are doing that. So like, what's the offset to this of going to having these more vended solutions? Is it so diffuse that it's, a little bit of time from a lot of people that are able to just, refocus that on students? Or is it, more discrete time FTEs, individuals that have been doing this work?
So it's easier to start with a base set of curricular tools and adapt them for the particular needs. There's no one can drive a textbook. There's no, like, you don't pick up the new math textbook and that's not a curriculum, right? But it is a cost. And our teachers tell us that they run around to find those base materials all the time. A personal concern of mine is there's like a company called Teachers Pay Teachers, which tends to be workbooky type sheets you download off the internet. That's not a vetted, like, helpful resource. So individual teachers, I do agree with Mr. Normanden's assessment. Individual teachers are running around trying to find differentiated materials at a cost to actually attending to what Anping and Tamika just said, which is, how do we respond to the personalized needs of individual students? I want teachers focusing on that, not running around finding the base piece. Let me just give you one example, and you'll see it instantly. We don't want to take away teachers' creative freedom, but here's how I want to help them. Just use Discovery Tech Book is a new type of textbook that does not exist in the Newton Public Schools at all. It covers the same things as traditional social studies or science textbooks covers. But for example, in a particular classroom, within the digital text, you can slide the Lexile reading bar and find 10 different articles on exactly the same topic at 10 differentiated reading levels at the slide of a button. And so what we save is that teachers can actually be present at the desk side, not running around trying to find materials, but really think about that student, his particular needs, her particular needs, and how I can adapt those materials for them. So that's what we're after. And that is, like, I won't be able to quantify for you the dollar savings, but I can quantify for you how we close the gaps.
Yeah, well, that answers my question of, you're effectively saying it leans towards that much more diffuse of, it's creating literally minutes of the day for
absolutely
all teachers, as opposed to, scurrying around and putting together their own patchwork. That work's being done for them. So it's not a replacement per se for, some, relatively discrete group of humans who are doing exactly this. It's a benefit across the system, across all grade levels.
And even like the curriculum that we're using, EL education. So they have components that are specific toward differentiated instruction. So students with special needs, how would this instruction look for that? It saves teachers a ton of time and energy. And they're based on best practices as well. So that's an added benefit.
I mean, just a story from one of our Zervis upper elementary teachers last week. who was not all in on last year's implementation and training and let me know about that, pulled me in and said, I just want you to know I wasn't right about that part. This unit that we've never been able to put together this kind of a well-resourced unit. I would spend a year running around to get these materials. That was like a great day for me because I just felt like we were really making a difference in what they were able to focus on. And the writing coming out of the classroom that we saw was just lights out. So I think it just calms the whole system for teachers to have those resources at their fingertips. I also want to say you've made a lot of the big strategic investments. So for example, we're already a long way down the road on the science purchases, and mathematics is just the one with the biggest hole right now. But things like social studies and ELA tend to be at the upper levels less costly than they are at the elementary level. So I do want to say you have made the strategic investments so far, and I'm sure we can find other fun things to implement. But I mean, you've made some really good investments already.
Okay, thanks. That answers my question. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you all. It's good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You both.
Okay, we're going to continue to go a little out of order here because I believe there's some folks in the room from NCE. So why don't we do the update there? Annoying, yeah.
Sure. Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah.
What you're going to get for Christmas then. It was actually Carolyn Campo who led the charge on this. You got to speak really honestly. Summer camp.
Liam, why don't you keep that giant left? You can use that extra microphone, and you can have two microphones for the
Right
table.
here, Liam.
Right, Liam.
Thank you. Other folks probably need.
Yeah, that'll make things easier. Thank you. Share this.
Good evening, everyone. Liam Hurley, Assistant Superintendent. I'm joined by Kate Carpenter-Benier, the Executive Director of NCE, and Jean Roundtree, our Assistant Superintendent, who is involved in kind of supervising this program. So we've got a presentation for you. I know this is a hot topic for you and for us, for Newton. I brought NCE to the school committee's awareness last year. We're currently in a deficit position right now, and Kate's goal is to show you what her plan of action is. I know there's a lot of questions for the committee. We've been working feverishly to kind of come up with this plan. So I want to turn this over to Kate and to Jean and let them go through. Kate had this printed at Newton North Graphics, and it's done a nice job. So look forward to it.
Okay, you do have, okay, most recent copies. Okay. So, so thanks very much, Liam. And I want to thank all the members of the school committee here, because I know you've put in a lot of time to this. And I think we all have the same interest in mind. We want the best for NPS, and we want to continue to the highest extent possible the learning, enrichment, and connection that we can provide to our city's residents, both adults and children. I also want to thank the NCE commission members who have been shoulder to shoulder with me since I came on a year and a half ago. essentially launching the turnaround plan and then developing the specifics of this right here. They've been very active contributors. So I want to start us out with service to our community. Our mission is to build a strong, inclusive community through learning, enrichment, and connection. As you know, we are a self-sustaining arm of Newton Public Schools, and we offer intellectual, fun, physical programs in NPS school facilities. Ed Hoven, our former executive director, illustrated a little bit of our history, but we did start back in the 1870s. And then in 1991, we were a merger between the Division of Community Education and the Newton Community Schools program. And to maximize in the most cost-effective manner possible community access to our school and municipal buildings. So this is a key piece, and this is maybe a little bit different than the kind of standard mission. This is very specific to our team here and now. So we have goals around accessibility and inclusivity and around community collaboration. And so we intentionally orchestrate diverse offerings of our programs to accommodate varied interests and abilities. And this is part of our inclusion mission. We have a wide range from Dungeons and Dragons to cabinet making to sports in the summer. We very intentionally provide scholarships so that all can participate. And it's not a hidden thing. If you go to any of if we're present at Village Days or anything like that, like we are broadcasting that we will provide scholarships. We are also focused on as much inclusion as possible. We have an intake process for families so that they can participate in our programs. And then we recently launched our daytime programs at WPS. It's a wonderful partnership. We get to use the facilities at WPS. In exchange, we do registration for youth participants in their programs, and that opens up a whole area for our adults. And then this is transportation. So what we found, and I love working at Newton North. I love working within the community of Newton. Is our kids from Boston weren't able to participate as counselors and in counselors in training for the simple aspect of transportation. And it wasn't a lot, but we got a grant and we were able to provide transportation all summer long so that students from Boston could be paid counselors, and also middle schoolers could participate in the counselor and training program. And then we are all about cultural sensitivity. We want to make people from all racial, ethnic, language, and economic backgrounds feel welcome. Okay, and then this is the piece about community collaboration. And so we are kind of rabid community collaborators. So in the summertime, we will have bins for Welcome Home. We partner regularly with METCO and other guidance counselors. We work with the Newton Youth Success Collaborative to make sure that our families who are Black, Latino, and or low income know about our programming and can participate. As I said, we collaborate with the WPS Institute to provide daytime programming. I'm on the committee for the Martin Luther King celebration, and so we do a lot with the Harmony Foundation and around that. And then we also partner or collaborate with Parks, Recreation, and Culture. And so we have, ever since I came on, I started meeting with Nicole Banks. We meet semi-regularly with the programmers. We just met with Ricky Paglia and Shannon Ames to essentially talk about this issue of where there's overlap and where we can decrease overlap. We actively want to do that. I am also a Newton resident. I want us to be as efficient in our programming as possible and resource allocation. We serve 3,500 community members enrolled in 650 programs annually. We're very proud of that. And this is the piece about financial assistance. So last year, we were able to enable 150 kids and adults, mostly kids, to participate in our programs. Again, we make it pretty simple. You have to provide income verification. However, if a NPS counselor or principal, or we have ELL teachers, calls us and they say a family is in need, that is enough. And so we operate hand in hand with the staff from our schools to meet the needs of needy families. And we do this, by the way, through a combination of actual fundraising and then figuring it out. So we have the piece here about almost $3,000 value of vendor scholarships. When I came on board, I asked, why are we shouldering the whole burden of the scholarships? Like, that's everybody's responsibility who does business with us. And so we started requiring our vendor partners to provide the scholarships themselves. If they hit minimum +1, they provide a scholarship if it's asked. Additionally, we provide lots of jobs and volunteer positions for community members. So we have 45 summer jobs for Newton High School and college students. Actually, Joya was a counselor with us a few years ago. And so kids come and work with us. We have coaching and teaching positions, and then also volunteer positions. And this is also, I think, pretty neat. There's the volunteer positions where you can go and kind of help out at a table and things like that. But there's also the opportunities in being entrepreneurial with our students. So last spring, we had the Newton South Science Club come to us, and they want to teach middle schoolers. That's what they do every year. However, that year, their coach, who is a teacher, wasn't able to provide the structure and the umbrella for them to do it. We thought, that is awesome. We want to encourage these students to do what they love to do, which is kind of near peer teaching. And so we did all the programming, we advertised it, we provided a registration structure. It was $20 a class, and then the kids could go, the teens could teach the middle schoolers. And we want to do more things like that. We actually had another parent come to us at Newton North, and her daughter wants to teach music classes to middle schoolers. And so we're like, why not? If we can build it into the adult program that goes on the evening, why not? So summer. So summer is our biggest nut in terms of revenue. Last year, we had more than 2,000 enrollments and about $500,000 of net revenue. We have a 5-week summer camp that operates at Newton North, and we have counselors in training. We started carpentry last year. We also started for the first time college tours and Boston Teen Exploration Weeks. So I think it's great as a parent of a teenager. It's you can have sign up your child for a week and you get 10 schools in 1 week. So you're touring everything from UMass Boston to LaSalle to Harvard to Brandeis, and they're getting a very kind of efficient overlook of that. We also did team exploration weeks. We also run the coaches do the sports camps, and which is very appealing for the kids. Our adult programming has about 1,900 enrollments. And I just want to say about this, I was at Newton South last Tuesday, and the volleyball tournament's going on, and our classes are going on. And we have people who are in their late 20s to their late 70s coming in for these classes. And there's an acting class going on, and the diversity of people there, old and young, and in between, male, female, different races, and they're all there because they love acting. And so it was striking me what a powerful antidote this is to loneliness, and how it's a great vehicle for connection. And there's also vegan baking going on, and Dungeons and Dragons and Mahjong, and it's our high schools that are vibrating with activity and use. So, and then you can see what's happening at the dam at WPS in the daytime, also very, very positive. And then we have School Year Kids. It's one of the only places where you can do language instruction easily after school in the city. We also do public speaking, improv. We have a new adaptive sports program at Oak Hill that we hope to do more of. We have intro to cheerleading, and again, chess and coding and design. So this has been the question, is what's been happening and with the turnaround. And I was asked this earlier at the last meeting, can you please explain what you've been doing as far as turnaround? And we've been doing turnaround since I came on 1.5 years ago. And but I want to give a little bit of context. So 10 years ago, in 2014, you can see that our reserves were growing, and our revenue was high, and that continued to build. The pension was low; it grew over time. You can see that in 2017, we had enough money that we were able to support NPS when they were having some financial problems. As you can see, in 2019, we had the COVID closure, which was highly problematic for our revenues and our programs. We had to shut all the facilities and then regroup. And you can see on this graph that that's when our reserves really started going down. So they were established for hard times and they were used during hard times. And obviously we needed to kind of adjust that usage earlier than we have. And then again, the turnaround was launched in March of 2023 when I came on. Okay, key points from the last decade. We did not receive ARPA funds despite the significant losses of revenue, which kicked off our reserve drawdown. We also did not receive any financial relief related to the losses incurred from the NTA strike, which also was a big impairment of last year. And we've already talked about the pension expense. And I am the third executive director in 5 years, which is not great. So key programs that stopped during and following COVID. So we had the travel program that was running prior to COVID. They brought in 50,000. Robin Chevelle, our adult program here, coordinator who's here, has launched the adult program again, adult and family. So she's already come back from Portugal, which was enormously successful. She's planning on taking people to Sicily in April and then a family trip to Peru at the end of June. And that's going to be something that gratifies the community and also brings in revenue. We lost the baseball program, which was also a very lucrative program for us during COVID. And then the driving school, this CS driving school left in April of 23 for reasons that they articulated. It's a back and forth, but we did put it out to bid and we did not get acceptable candidates. But I would like to put that out to bid again because driving school is really helpful for cash flow. Okay, so this is we were last year. So as I said, the turnaround was started. We were projected to lose 192,000. Still a lot of money, but it was going to be half the amount of the prior year. Then the strike hit, and the strike added up to about $260,000 in revenue losses, which then bumped up our deficit once again it looked very much like the years prior. On this graph, I think it's helpful to note, if you look under the FY25 budget, you will see that our total revenue is slated to be, close to $2 million. We are reducing expenses significantly, continuing to reduce expenses significantly, and we're looking at an end of year deficit of just under $5,000. It's understandable, I'm saying, that given the years from 21 to 24, that my dear colleague Liam would be, and others would be worried that we have a budget problem. The previous administration did not cut expenses, and in 22 and 23 actually increased central staff by more than 130,000 a year. I know that there is a lot of optimism, and I want to be, very, kind of conscientious around that. There's a lot of optimism that our revenue would return, and you do need, your basic office functions, but we needed to correct earlier, and now you see we are correcting. So further detail on that correction. So we started essentially cutting staff and controlling costs in FY24. And so we converted a marketing position to a much kind of a less expensive position. We did not backfill our former director of finance and administration. We did not backfill a program coordinator. And then in this year, we have further reduced our headcount by 2.5 FTEs. And we are also we have 3 program coordinators. We have 1 for school year kids, 1 for summer, and 1 for adults. Our adults is already a 0.75. We're moving our other 2 to 10-month positions, which is essentially 0.83 positions. We're also doing other things. I mean, there's a lot of ways that you can figure out how to save money once you're within it. So we reduced 1 night of adult classes. We still offer the same amount of adult classes, but we're not paying for the site coordinator for 4 nights. We're paying for 3 nights. We're also going to be consolidating our summer program. We used to run it both at North and at South. we're just going to run it at North. And then for the last 2 weeks, go to Ainger. So it's just one place. So here's again, more detail on what we've done recently. We very much want it to be a balanced budget. We don't want to be coming in front of you. We want to do the right things. I will say, in addition on this list, we were just connected to this city treasurer because there was a noticing that we could probably do better on our credit card fees. We just had a meeting with him today, and he is connecting us to the partner that he uses, and we're going to see if we can potentially, our credit card fees are about 75,000 right now, and he's wondering if we could potentially cut it a third or even 2/3. So that's pretty exciting. We have increased our prices, our fees reasonably in order to meet our costs. I get comfort that that's not hopefully going to jeopardize people's participation. We still offer a lot of scholarships, and we're still benchmarks along with other community organizations and providers around here. And then also, I know that there's around the cash flow. It's like, is the money really going to come in? We just went live for summer on last Tuesday, and we've already brought in $33,000. And that's what happens every year. So again, new revenue is adult and family travel. We expect about $30,000 in actually it should be about $30,000 in 25 and then $50,000 in 26. And again, our new teen programs, we're going to be running a lot of those in the summer. So here's a graph that shows where we are, where we've been and where we're getting to in 2025. And then, you know, I'm projecting modestly or conservatively. I don't want to overpromise. I would rather underpromise and overdeliver. But as you can see, we get through 2025 FY, and then we're going to be building back up our reserve in 26 and 27. And then this graph shows what is the typical NCE cash flow. And so I didn't quite understand it when I first came on board a year and a half ago. Now I really understand it in my bones. We spend money in the summer. Those bills come due in Q1. And then we also get the pension expense in July, which is about half of our Q1 bill. And so as you can see, our expenses spike in Q1, and then they even out with revenue. Revenue increases over time, especially in December through April, as the money comes in for summer and this winter and spring programs. So there is a mismatch each year, but it does even out. Okay. Our ask moving forward is the allowance for the encumbrance to get through Q1 and Q2, build a reserve, and return to the stability that NCE has maintained since its founding. We would love it if we could have 12 months of installment for the pension bill and spread it out like $12,000 a month instead of the $150,000, which spikes our expenses. We appreciate accounting to show the $85,000 transfer from the NCE coalition account to NPS. So that is a separate account. It's a 501c3 account where we put travel money and some scholarship money. When we were in this situation, I realized that we could transfer some money and that would help. And so we've done that this week or last week. It's been done.
Last week, yeah.
Yes. And then a statement to the public that our school year and summer classes and camps are running at full speed. We have heard that some people are worried. Are we going to be open? And it's really important that everybody knows that we're going to be open in order for us to meet our end of the year kind of goals, as well as our service to the community. And then we would like to have the opportunity to do annual or semi-annual reporting to this body so that we stay close and you know what's going on.
Kate, I think there's one more thing you need to ask for in this slew, which is for the school committee to approve your rate increase, because if they approve all our rates, so that's the one other thing that.
Okay, we can add that.
Yep.
Okay. if
I
you
just, I thought it was in this other memo,
Okay.
but we seem to have missed it.
could approve our rate increase.
Yeah.
And questions and discussion.
Proceed.
Okay, thank you so much for all that information, Tamika, and we'll go from there. And then Rajiv.
Thank you. And first, I think we should, I thank you, Kate, for doing this presentation. I think it was just the right touch to frame and put before the committee this very thoughtful, comprehensive package explaining the history of NCE, what you do, who you service, both our students, both our staff, both our community. And so it's my wish and my regret that we didn't have this as the start of our discussion. And I think of the bigger regret that our discussion started with we might need to close NCE. I don't think at that time it was established that we had the authority to close NCE. And it was also an error on the part of this administration for us to be presented with that most drastic option as the very first comprehensive discussion for us on NCE and the future of NCE. Looking back, I think there were flags and opportunities for this cash flow issue, if you, as you refer to it, to be brought before the school committee well before now. And essentially, I'm looking at, I'm losing my chart, but I think FY22 was the first year that there was a big drawdown from your reserves. And that was a red flag moment that we, as a committee, didn't get a chance to digest and really consider what were the impacts ongoing from that. So that's just the frame of my discussion or my thoughts. Getting into it, I think it's clear that from my perspective, the $125,000 that this district was able to access at a time when we needed those funds, that it's clear that those funds should be returned to NCE. Full stop. $125,000 that we borrowed, it's time for NCE to have access to those funds, in my opinion. I think it is also fairly certain and clear that I see your year-end balance here is predicting, where'd it go? Predicting 4,000 some odd, somewhere around there. And I think part of that is a trust in the strength of our program and in our past performance based on the actuals and your totals that you have that you've long been able to support. And so to the extent that we as a school committee can assist with the cash flow issue where we're able to absorb the pension, $150,000 pension payment, and then have NCE recoup those funds or repay those funds through the course of the year, that's a no-brainer. That just makes sense. I think, you know, Young Women's Work, to you and your team, Kate, for coming on, you said a year and a half ago, and starting the work to right the ship, starting the work to tighten the belt and cut the expenses and increase your fees. I think your proposal before us increases your fees significantly, which is exactly where you need to be. So good job there. I wish we didn't signal out to the community as loudly as we did that this program was in jeopardy. I think this program is in need of assistance. I don't know that I would agree that it's in jeopardy. And so to the extent that you're asking for a solid, resounding support from the committee, I hope we're able to deliver on that. And I'll stop there for now.
Okay. What I'm going to ask is if we can please focus our questions initially on questions of facts and clarifying questions, informational questions. So that way we can get all those sorts of questions answered first before we start, going down the path of, weighing decisions here. So with that, Rajiv, I had you recognize and I'm paying.
Sorry, Chris, I don't think I agree with you because I think those things are tied together.
Okay, it was an ask. You don't
It's
have
an
to
ask. I don't have to agree with
You don't have to listen to it if you don't want to, but that was my ask.
Because just piggybacking on a couple of things Tamika said, I personally was blindsided in the last meeting with a purely financial question that brought up, oh, well, NCE is running an extreme deficit. Do you want to shut them down? Of course, there's a financial aspect to the question, but clearly, as Kate has covered today, there's a lot more to it. If we were running NPS or NCE as a pure financial decision, we wouldn't support kids with special needs. We wouldn't be covering anything to support underserved communities. We wouldn't be doing any of that stuff because it would not make financial sense. And that's how it was presented last week, which was a surprise, unfortunately. I'm going to try and follow Chris's recommendation in terms of trying to stick with the data.
It was an ask, not a recommendation.
Chris's suggestion, and I respect Chris and consider him a friend and colleague, but I did feel the need to say that the initial decision or the information that was brought in a way that was difficult to understand and was a surprise. So having said that, I think looking purely at the facts, I would like to understand more about how NPS was able to take $125,000 from NCE's account. Was that as a loan? Was it as something else? And so that's one thing. The other thing that I'd like to understand, which I haven't been able to, is does NCE derive any benefit at all from being part of NPS? Do they get a discount on using our facilities? Do they get a discount on custodial fees? Do they get, what's the benefit? And presumably there's something, because otherwise we shouldn't be able to dip into the account and get $125,000. But I'll stop there. I have many more questions, but that may be a good start.
Sure, I can take that one. Thank you very much. So $125,000 back in 2017. This is going back in memory. I had been here for a year. At the time, the revolving account with NCE was a very healthy balance. I want to say more than $1.5 million. We were in a position where we were needing as much funding as we can. I had talked to the former director, I think is here, Ed Halvin, at the time. This was seen as a utility charge. We looked at this and we actually wanted to build into our budget some type of utility charge for the NC program. And NPS, from my perspective, manages all the revolving accounts. This is a revolving account under NPS. We actually look at the balances on all these accounts, and we actually at year ending need to basically look at these accounts and manage these accounts to the best that we can to make sure that we have got some balance. For example, the food service account, athletics account, where do we stand? How much money should we leave at the year end? What's an available balance? So given that balance, we felt that that was a reasonable amount to support NPS, and it was not going to hurt NCE at that time.
So was it a charge for utilities specifically?
That was how we had looked at that that point. Yes.
Which are not charged yearly currently.
Correct. They're not charged yearly. It was a one-time charge at that point. We were in a position that we were looking for funding at that point. And so again, when accounts are with that much funding, you want to look at revolving accounts as well. In certain situations, there's a point that it actually becomes too much money in an account. Typically, you're looking for 3 to 6 months. This was starting to exceed that amount.
Got it. So we don't charge for facilities and that,
We do currently charge a custodial fee, use of school building fee. I believe that David Stickney's worked hard with Kate, if you want to talk about that. So they do for our custodial overtime charge. The NC program is charged directly for that.
okay, so let me ask a little differently. Is there any reason we wouldn't return those funds to NCE?
You know, from my perspective, this is if the school committee wants to return those funds, that's something that we could do. That would be dipping into NPS funds to do that. It's from a prior year. Typically, you wouldn't be going back from prior years to do that, but if this is something the school committee all directed us to do, we can do that.
Okay. It seems like fair play, but it may not to everyone.
Yeah.
So Rajiv, I think I have part of an answer anyway, at least
Please.
on some of the relationship questions and some of the folks I've talked to and some of the work I've done the last couple of weeks. So NCE came to exist by way of, there was like an adult education program that was wound down. I don't know how many years ago that was, Liam, in the decades ago.
1991.
There you go. Thank you. And the city council passed an ordinance that said there will be this adult and community education program, and it laid out the city's intent for that program, and it says probably what you would expect to say in terms of, you know, why such a program would exist and the obvious benefits of it. And then it goes on to say that it will be under the control of the school district, which without really defining what any of that means. So my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, NCE is not a separate legal entity in any way, shape, or form. It's not some incorporated thing. It's not a 501c3. It's just part of NPS. It's a division of NPS, if you will. Albeit, you know, one that doesn't get a lot of our time up here, as, you know, we're, you know, sort of focused on the core mission. So that's the sort of relationship and how the funds can move and that sort of thing. And, you know, I think from Liam's perspective, and when, you know, he talks about the options, it's to say, okay, well, it's just a diversion of a budget line item that doesn't currently exist. So just like anytime, you know, money gets moved around the budget, we have to approve that. And so that would be no different than us saying, like, you know, let's take X amount of dollars and move it from some academic program to some athletics program. We would have to approve that as a committee. And it would be no different than doing that in theory. Does that help in terms of that relationship? And
Somewhat, thank you. Right, the closest I can think of is if we had an excess of, we've never had this as far as I know, but if the bus fees that are charged actually more than paid for the bus services, since these were payments coming in from outside, from families, and we decided to use the excess bus fee payments for something else. I can't think of any other parallel, and we've never actually had to do this because we're not a profit center, and NPS itself, right? So that is helpful. I'm assuming that whatever was in this account, in the reserve account, what came from fees paid by people who participated in NCE like programs.
That's correct, yeah.
And it's
That'd be
separate
revenue.
from a 501c3, which I think is the other account that just brought in some money. So it was actually, I guess, not profit necessarily, but definitely excess revenue, and intended to support kind of ongoing operations of NCE. Okay, so that's $125,000. The other questions tied to this is only my third year on the school committee, and I cannot recall us ever talking about, we're supposed to be appointing two commissioners, or not commissioners, two people to the advisory board. Have we done this in the past 3 years? No.
not that I'm aware of.
And so, like, we as a school committee have kind of dropped the ball, or more than dropped the ball in terms of oversight. NPS, I think, has dropped the ball in terms of management to the extent it's supposed to be management. We bear responsibility for this, and I don't think shutting down NCE in any way kind of absolves that responsibility. But we need to figure out a path forward because, again, we're sitting in a place where we don't have excess money floating around. And we haven't had it for the last at least 3 years, but more than that. So I don't know what the answer is, but I just, I feel like we are in a position where we're being asked to make a decision about a key resource to the city, without necessarily the full context and a full knowledge of what's been happening and what we should have done that we didn't.
I had on Ping next. And again, if I'll ask.
Try again.
Yeah, if we can get the information out there first and then have the basis to have the discussion on all the known facts. Go ahead, on Ping.
Thank you. I do share my colleagues' comment that when we first present our pure number game, we're losing money. Now, since we're struggling with our own budget, seems the answer was pretty obvious. And now you're putting it's not human face, but organization face on this, and with history and with all these numbers, nice photos, and all this, very human-related community stories. And we heard from our community members sending many emails to us. So it's totally different now. And I think we should learn some lesson from this case in the future. Make decision, especially we have the purview to, the authority to decide this program, and seems we dropped the ball. I agree. Now let me ask something very straightforward and probably a little bit frank questions. I assume you have looked at the other communities, comparable districts, to see how they went through this difficult time, COVID-19, and how they're structured. So any kind of insight, feedback, some input will make you think, gee, we could do this a little bit better, or we could do something others better, or we did everything right. All other committees went through things like that. So anything you can share with us, make us to be more informed.
Yes,
Thanks.
and actually, Liam encouraged me to start benchmarking the other community ed organizations, and so we've been doing that for about the last 6 months. We actually hosted the gathering of community eds on last Friday here in Newton, so they get together a couple times a year. But one of the things that we found is that the majority of community ed organizations, they don't pay their pension and their benefits and their custodial fees. So they are able to run basically a cheaper operation that can kind of help with getting through the thin times. I think so that's one finding, and I know that is that's not necessarily up for discussion in this, but that's just a finding. And then otherwise, they also, there's a range. I mean, there's a range of kind of size and FTEs. Needham does do what we're starting to do, which is have more people that are not full-time, but you can have a 0.8s and 0.75s, and you have some full-time who need to be full-time, and that sort of flexibility I think really works. I think we're notable in that we want to be really integrated with NPS. Like I said, we want to have strong relationships with our schools. We want to be of service to the goals, strategic goals of the district. And I think that a lot of the other ones are more separate. They're literally right between the city and the district.
Okay, Chris, just quick follow-up questions. I have seen the Brookline and the Cambridge programs very often. Seem well designed, So do you happen to know they are part of the school system or they're
Both
independent?
well, I know that Brookline's definitely part of the school. They're mostly all part of the school systems. And I know the executive director of Brookline, and I mean, it's very helpful to have the conversations. And I mean, one of the things we just talked about on Friday was, what are your money makers? Like, what do people love? You know, I mean, going into Boston or nature walks or food classes or, you know, the classes for kids. We have these discussions because we want to deliver the programs that the community wants. And then also I have to let you know that we also survey our families. And so through the PTOs and through the principals, we'll send out surveys so that they can tell us what they want and then we can program it.
Okay, last straightforward question. Based on what you know about Brookline and Cambridge, have they got any financial challenges as we have right now?
Yes, I don't know about Cambridge. I know Needham's totally fine. Concord Carlisle's fine. I do know that Brookline has had some challenges.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Ping. Paul?
Thanks, Chris. Few questions, Kate and Liam. When you advertise classes like in this, as I recall, every now, I don't know how often, but sometimes there's insufficient enrollment
Yes.
and then they're canceled.
Then we have to cancel it. Yep.
And in making that decision, what's your criteria? Is that it
Well, when we
fully has to fully cover the costs of the instructor and whatever else in order to run it?
Yes, it has to cover the instructor and some minimal costs. And when we program the class, we establish the minimum. And then if it's not meeting minimum, we send bring a friend emails to the families.
Right.
And we try and, kind of drive that. But you're asking is the threshold for running it high enough? Is that the question?
Yes, what I'm wondering is, are you making the decision based on just the incremental costs or the fully allocated costs?
It's
In other words, you've got fixed costs to run the whole
Yes.
operation. right?
Yes.
And you have instructor costs. Sometimes you have custodial costs too.
Yeah.
Which do you use to decide to go or no go?
Historically, it's been the incremental costs, and now we're starting to build in the full costs.
Okay. Liam, on the custodial costs, are those incremental to NPS so if Kate's running a chess class at Countryside, an hour after school is done, is she charged a portion of the custodial costs for that?
I don't believe
Not while school is open.
not while school is open.
No. So
Oh, but custodians work after school is closed.
Yes.
So is she if a custodian is in the building doing after school hour work and she happens to have a class in that school during that time, does she get allocated a portion of that custodial cost?
So the custodial there is charges for custodial. So it's a formula that David Stickney can probably explain better than I can, but basically, and maybe Kate, you can explain better as well. For those uses, the custodial contract has built into its contract charges for custodians for use of school buildings in our facilities. So this is basically the coverage for custodians to come in after these classes to either do cleanup, and it's typically not just one class in one space.
Yeah.
So this is maybe typically multiple spaces within a building. Kate, correct me if I'm off on that, but it might be in a cafeteria, different spaces. So they are maybe doing another run and then coming in at a different time to do that. So that is essentially the extent of that charge.
In your memo, you say action item 1 is to approve NPS to encumber up to $500,000 from the budget reserve account. But if Kate is presenting us a budget expectation for the year that's essentially break even, is that $500,000 just to deal with the timing issue?
So that,
Why would we have to encumber $500,000 if the bottom line for the year is only going to be $5,000 or $10,000?
that's right. So this is in discussions with the comptroller's office just to protect ourselves. Encumbering money does not mean it's spent. Encumbering money is setting aside money. So if this budget projection does not come to fruition, this sets aside money. So we're now in a deficit spending situation.
Yeah.
And so to allow to continue to have a negative deficit, to continue to spend in a negative deficit, which in some ways they need to put a control on the munis accounts to be able to do that. I need to assuage the comptroller and say, I've set aside a certain amount of money. We would not spend that. We would not actually spend the money. It is setting aside, it's parking the money aside. It is not available for our any other uses that we have. And if Kate and the NC team, if we can come up with this plan, reduction of staffing, increase in revenue, and we don't need that money, fantastic, that money drops back to NPS.
Does the encumbrance decline during the year as you get better knowledge about the likely end of the year number?
I think it absolutely could. And truthfully, I don't know if it needs to be 500,000. They've never hit 500 over the last 4 years. The last 3 years and 4 years. As you know, the average basically P&L or basically deficit has been $400,000. So that was a worst case scenario. 491 in one year. That's right.
But if the projected if the current deficit is high at the beginning of the year,
yes,
before income comes in, when the pension account is due,
that's right.
And Kate, you're right, we can't change that. That's just life, right?
Yeah.
If it's high at the beginning of the year and then income starts coming in now,
yes,
for the summer, and we're talking about voting now, does it make sense to encumber that much? Does the comptroller need that big an encumbrance given the actual cash flows? Or can we have an agreement with the comptroller that the encumbrance would vary, would change during the course of the year once we have greater certainty as to the end result, so that we're not tying up money?
Right. Yeah. So tying up money is never great. I think he would be flexible with that. The current balance, I think today was approximately $300,000. So I think that he would want at least that amount for right now. But I think as Kate has seen, and as I've looked at this cash flow for about 4 or 5 months in a row now is going to continue. So it's going to basically start eroding that negative balance.
And the really unfair question for you, Liam, is looking at the current projection that Kate has pulled together, or maybe you pulled it together. Are you confident that I'm using the term, maybe I'm overusing it. Is that a worst case in your mind?
Well, first, let me just start by apologizing to some of the committee members if they felt I foisted this on them so quickly. That was not my goal. I did bring it up last May, when I saw this negative balance, I was so struck by this. I may have overreacted, and that was my goal is to protect NPS certainly. But and I do know in May, I think it was in a fiscal and ops memo, I did say I'd like to have Kate come and present. So she's certainly much more knowledgeable than I am on this topic. So I may not be quite as optimistic from my perspective on Kate's projection, with all due respect to Kate, and projecting that the plan is to reduce approximately 1.9 FTE from the current staffing right now. It's about $166,000 with benefits. And again, these are hard cuts. These are good people that are working and doing good work.
That's a real cut. When that happens, it happens.
That happens. We'll only see half-year benefit essentially for those reductions right now. I haven't seen a lot of what I do in budgeting is based on prior history. So when I see prior history of a $2.2 million in expenses and $1.9 million in revenue, or 1.8, we have this 3 years of history. So I'm kind of programmed to see this is what it's been. So I've seen, a flexible thinking to see that it can change. Kate talked to me early and often about the strike and the impact on the strike. She was not shy about it, and it had an impact. And she asked me for money, and she asked for ARPA money, and she asked for things, and I didn't have it, and we didn't even get reimbursed all the funding that I think that we would have liked, that we incurred as well for that. So I'd like to think that Kate can bring this in closer to, close to a positive balance. My projection would be maybe, $100,000 potentially negative, but not 300,000 or $400,000. So I hope I'm wrong on that. There's a long way to go to go on that piece. And I'm not as familiar as Kate is with the kind of ins and outs of the program, each of these revenue pieces, but what I look at the history, that's been the challenge. But it would be certainly a hope and a goal that would happen.
So Chris, if we were to act on this today, based on what Anna was saying before, do we have to act both on the encumbrance and the proposed fee increases?
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they would both require votes independently.
And if I could just say, this was brought up actually 3 times last year, including in the strike negotiations. 3 items were presented to you last week. 1, do this, the encumbrance. 2, to draft a letter for other activities to occur. We gave you a whole table that we worked on with Kate around budget transfers and other items, which was explained to us were not allowed. And 3rd, we would the worst option would be that we would have to cease programming, but then we were told by the city finance department, like, we're no longer allowed to charge money off of that account. So it has become acute. So it's just sort of the forces have all come to pass, but we did have this conversation during the strike reimbursement conversation.
I might just add just 2 other things. One, I'm also in a situation now that I need to approve all invoices. And number 2, just for the committee's knowledge, we're asked also by the comptroller's office every year. We have an audit that they ask us, do we want to look at something? So we've looked at athletics, looked at the preschool program. I've asked them to do NCE, and I've come up with some ideas. I suggested that to Kate. So actually, they'd come in, and some of this is to review of expenses, review of their revenue. Also, some of these things are banking charges, things like that. Where can we reduce? So this is Clifton Larson Allen, our auditors, coming to take a look at their program. They'll typically have recommendations / findings, but this is only going to help us. So it's something that I think would be a good thing for us to come. We certainly would share those. So this is something that I think would be a good step for us.
It's also a possible risk too. I just want to be clear. The auditors may say to us that we're not on a solvent trajectory, and I just don't want any other surprises to come up. This is sort of like we're all in this crisis that predates us, and I'm just worried about what the findings might be.
Before you go, Mayor, can I just ask 2 clarifying questions that relate to Paul's questions? You were discussing this custodial charges. Does what NPS charge third parties, and NC is not really a third party, but who we charge building rental expenses, does that cover the cost of the custodial services we provide during those times, including overtime?
So for NC in particular, you're asking?
No, I'm saying across the board, like you take all our building revenues and all the time we pay for custodians to be in those buildings after school hours and all the overtime that's incurred related to that. Does building revenues cover custodial costs?
It doesn't cover all our overtime costs. Our operating budget still does cover some of our overtime charges. We do get our use of school building, our facility rentals is generating upwards of $1 million now. It's continued to increase, but it's still we've got it's more than that in terms of total overtime costs.
So I mean, NPS net loses money across the board on renting buildings effectively. It's an offset, but
there are some overtime.
I thought that was the case.
There are some overtime charges that are not just strictly related to USB though. There are other things. There are other things that they're needing to do, building coverage, weekends, storms. So it's not all strictly related to use of school buildings.
Yep. And then I just want to. I know we've had this discussion a couple times over the last couple weeks. The roughly $250,000 of deficit. That's effectively a balance sheet number. That is the expenses that NCE has incurred that have yet to be paid. And I believe some of those are due to NPS, some of those are due to the city, some of those are due to third-party vendors, et cetera. Did you happen to get like a detailed list of what that was? Because where I'm going is if if the committee were to go with the drastic decision of saying, we're gonna cease operations, we still owe somebody $250,000.
We still owe. Yeah, yeah.
Like that's $250,000 out of our pockets
Yes.
either way.
I've got a list. I think I provided, I'm not, and there may be some other items here I provided to the school committee. So I can, there's not too many. So postmaster, and I know Kate and I've asked her to wait. They want to do them.
Did you send it to us?
I
or-
did send it to you.
Okay, I missed
to-
it
It's
then,
in, I
sorry.
think, page 2, the current immediate and outstanding payments and semi-monthly salaries. So it's on page 2 of a little either Google Doc or PDF. This was some Q&A that. Which one?
You did send it to us.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay.
Which
It's the
document?
Google Doc that you were all sent,
Oh, that one, okay.
which Lisa will add into the public record.
Okay, so we don't have to go through in detail, but point being, there's some, well, let me ask you this. What amount of that is money that NPS is paying money out the door relative to foregone revenue for NPS? You know, internal revenue
Right.
effectively.
So there's about $25,000 outstanding, third-party vendors owed right now. There's about $61,000 of outstanding custodial bills. Each payroll, each semi-monthly payroll is approximately $30,000. So on the 30th, it's approximately $30,000 will hit. The $61,000 for custodial, my plan was just to hold on that. So it's kind of like we're, taking money right now from a negative, negative account is, from my perspective, not the right. So it's, as you said, we're just paying ourselves, or we're taking from an account that's not drawn. But I do think that these third-party vendors, if they're owed, we would owe them. So,
Okay. And then can I ask one other clarifying question? The pension payment that is due in July of 2025, did we figure out what that would be given our headcount reductions?
So I did ask Steve, and Steve Curley, the comptroller, and he's done a nice job, and he was going to be checking with the actuarial as well. He said that there was already a number that they had determined. It was approximately $160,000, and it was based on 7 FTE, which is more than what Kate's plan is. The salary was based on $566,000, which isn't that far off from what the proposed plan would be. So I think we need to get some more clarity from the actuarial how this would work. When we make reductions, how is this going to work? So, and I think I put in this memo, for example, NPS we don't have a budget line item for retirement payments to the city. The city has one account, and again, Mayor can correct me if I'm off, one account. On August 1st of each year, a large payment is transferred into the Newton retirement system. And all the revolving accounts with salaries that are staff that are in the Newton retirement system are charged at that time as well. So the water, sewer account, CPA account, our preschool revolving account, all these accounts are charged a percentage, and it's an actuarial-based percentage how they do this. I don't think I can, there's a whole formula. I think it's based certainly on the current staffing, but I also think it's based on some historical costs that they've got, put into that. And they do obviously all of the actual pieces. And
Any circumstances is likely.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
We have limited, we have limited control from my perspective with that.
Okay. Thanks. Mayor Fuller?
Let me go down the rabbit hole of pensions for 1 sec and then make my real comments. The reason why all of us pay into the pension system on August 1st is the pension system then uses those dollars to invest in the stock market or earn interest income on so that they can pay our pensions. So that's why it's August 1st and they put it to use. Getting out of the rabbit hole. I think all of us believe deeply in the mission of NCE. It does wonderful things for our community members. Kate described beautifully some of the wonderful things it does for those taking the classes, those giving the classes. It's all ages. It's lovely in every single way. I am still concerned that I think Liam, in a very tactful way, said, I think this is the best case scenario that Kate and her team have outlined. I don't even think it's the most likely. In the first 4 months of this year, NCE was $337,000 in the hole. They did use some one-time monies to draw it down. The chart, the graph, page, whatever page that is. Sorry, where's the chart? Some nice, page 24. I just want to warn people, even, and Kate knows this inside and out, the revenues for the summer programs come in April, May, June. That's FY25. The costs are next year, in the next fiscal year. So the idea that we're breaking even in FY25 is misleading. You have to look beyond a fiscal year. We'll actually be in the hole again by a couple $100,000 by like the end of July, even before the pension payment. So I think Kate's being as creative and thoughtful, and but this is a really tough situation. And for the school committee, it's weighing the investment of $100, $200, $300, $400, $500,000 in NCE, a wonderful mission. But I listen to Anna Nolan all the time as she finds the amazing things she wants to invest in within NPS. And it's a zero-sum game. If it goes there, it's not available for here. We will do everything we can to support the programs and personnel with Parks, Rec and Culture, or the library, or our Department of Older Adult Services. We have worked really closely with Kate. We'll continue to with her team. But I am worried the numbers still don't get close as I pressure test the expenses in particular for the part-timers. We're living in a world where Kate is hoping to hold many costs or expenses stable. Unfortunately, that isn't what we're seeing in our world. Costs are actually going up, even to do the exact same services, and perhaps more than even the fee increases. So I'm worried.
Just clarify one thing. I understand the point you made about revenue coming in this fiscal year, expenses the next fiscal year. But then that next fiscal year, the same thing happens again. So by the end of each fiscal year, does it matter? It's a steady state pattern.
In theory, it could be, but I don't see the revenues and expenses lining up even over the, let's call it 18 months. Or whatever, if you want to do it by calendar year, fiscal year, over 2-year period. Again, a ton of great work has been done on this, but the numbers, I don't have sufficient data to have enough confidence in the 2 or 3 or 4-year projections, where Kate understandably is looking really short term, as she should and must, when you're in this kind of crisis. But it doesn't seem to me, when I look at the numbers, that it, the FY25 or FY26 gives me a lot of confidence. And by the way, the encumbrance, you can certainly talk to Steve Curley, but there was a reason why he chose 500,000. I'm not sure that that's gonna be highly negotiable. It might be, but I wouldn't count on it being negotiable.
If I may just follow up, I understand the lack of confidence you're expressing in the estimates. I'm saying a slightly different thing,
I think
that every agency has expenditures in one fiscal year and revenue in the next. And there's that pattern. It's just a persistent pattern. It may be, if you're correct, that the revenues ultimately don't show up, then you go into a hole deeper and deeper and deeper. But as long as the pattern is pretty much the same, then it's an argument about the reliability of the estimates rather than.
If you look at page 24, the average expenses are distinctly higher than the average revenues over the course of the year. The gap continues. And I believe.
So before I go to you, Tamika, I just want to clarify one point on this, because it's something me and Liam did discuss, thinking about this on a sort of seasonal basis almost, as opposed to a calendar basis. And I mean, I would say, look, if you look at for years 22 through for year 24, there's, on average a $400,000 deficit. And then for year 25, there's a $4,000 deficit. Then, you have sort of broken the pattern, so to speak. And, you have incurred for year 25, or sorry, and for year 25, you've incurred in July, August of 24, those expenses, which didn't have associated revenue, which is really cash flow, not revenue, back in for year 24. So you've done it. You are break even in that year throughout the course of the year. I think that's a fair statement to your point, Paul. But just to be clear, that's a real dynamic. We're talking about a real working capital situation here of, yes, we take in revenue for the summer program every year, and at the end of the fiscal year, we incur the expenses largely, not entirely, largely at the beginning of the next fiscal year, correct? Okay. Tamika, and then Barry.
Thanks. So building off that last point, Chris, it occurs to me that the revenue or the cash flow problem would be largely assisted by return of the $125,000, that would essentially be the start of a buildup of the reserve. And the reserve was a key component, Kate, correct me if I'm wrong, a key component of your ability or NCE's ability to meet its then present expenses at whatever point in the year that you had. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so your hope is that, I think I heard you say earlier, by FY26, FY27, to be able to make even more inroads into building back a reserve to help with this
Absolutely.
cash flow issue.
Yeah.
So one of the questions that strikes me is what would happen to the $150,000 pension obligation if NCE were to cease operations? Who bears the burden for those funds, and where would that come from?
I could try to answer.
Yeah.
Sure.
If you do not have an employee, you're not paying into the pension fund. So the past payments up until that time are owed, but ongoing, they're not.
So you would still have some obligations for the employees who work there to that point, some past to pay for their retirement benefits. Is that correct?
So let me try to answer it a different way. While a teacher is working here, there's payments into a pension fund on their behalf for their retirement. When they're no longer working here, there are no more payments into it. May be paying out because they may be retired. So if there wasn't an NCE employee, you wouldn't be paying in. If they've earned their retirement, they've earned it, and they will be paid their retirement payment.
To the extent that we have, what, 5 NPS employees who are current NCE employees, those obligations would persist if they remain NPS employees, correct?
Only if they work for NCE.
Only, yeah.
Okay. I don't think I get that.
Liam, see if you can help me out.
So I did ask this
So-
question to the comptroller,
Oh,
and
you
he was
did?
going to
Okay.
check, he was going to check with the actuarial as well. So my understanding again, that NPS, we do not, NPS itself, our budget does not pay pension payments. There's certainly a pension payment for our employees, but it's paid on a city side. If there's no NCE or no revolving,
I want to
go ahead,
double
correct me.
check that. Sorry. You've got 2 different types of
Right.
employees here. Many of your teachers, for example, are
pay
in
their
the
own.
Massachusetts pension, and you
Correct.
don't pay
Yes.
those. You have a whole slew of employees that you pay into the pension. For example, you're the secretaries are part of the Newton pension
Yes.
program, and you absolutely pay in for those.
Yes.
That's OPEB, aren't responsible for, but pension, you're definitely paying in for those who are not part of the state pension program.
I see. Okay. So my understanding though, that we would not, if there was no, and Steve was going to check this, but if there was no NCE program per se, there's no program to draw down. There's no revolving account. There's no revenue. There's nothing to draw down from. So I don't quite know. I'm waiting for confirmation, but I don't believe that NPS is then paying into that payment. But I can wait to hear back.
Yeah, I think it would be good to hear the, wherever we land on this with clarity. And Mayor, I appreciate, I appreciate the context you were trying to provide. So I think first, taking a big step back, I appreciate the mea culpa on your behalf, Liam. I don't necessarily agree that it's warranted. I think as one of the grumpy school committee members who said, why are we now having this comprehensive discussion? I stand by that. Why are we now having this comprehensive discussion? There were points along the way that we could have, but that's a we. And I may not have said it, but I think Rajiv said it, and kind of acknowledging that this is something in our responsibility center that we fell flat on. And so acknowledging that doesn't devalue the fact that we didn't have the conversation. It just simply acknowledges that we're having it now. And as part of that, I think returning to the point that Anna made about the auditor and the fact that it would be problematic if they found an insolvency lingering over NCE in their finances. I think this also lends itself to returning those $125,000 that we accessed back in 2017. And so I'm wondering if, in addition to the $125,000 return of those monies, which they weren't NPS monies, they were NCE monies. So if we did that, in addition to some smaller encumbrance, a la what Paul was driving at, because I agree, 500 is, I don't know if that's a number. I understand Steve Curley may have some reasons for that, but we don't have access to what those reasons are here. So if we did that, would that right the ship in terms of the cash flow issue that NCE has?
So the encumbrance would not flow into the NC account. That would just be setting aside money into an account. So it wouldn't be in.
But that helps them in terms of paying the.
It helps to pay the bills. That's right. So it helps pay the bills that we would have. Certainly the 125, if we transferred, NPS operating money into that, that's certainly going to help bring that deficit down as well.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have something very acutely on that point, Rajiv? Because, okay, then Barry, excuse me, Barry and then Emily.
Sure. I'm going to try and consolidate down my thoughts. First of all, I agree with giving something in the way of the $125,000. I don't agree with calling it returning the money. I believe that was NPS money because this falls within NPS, and I think it would set a weird precedent if we're returning money. I agree that this was a failure within the school committee, that this was not managed properly, and we should definitely rectify that going forward. But I also want to note that I feel that this was also a failure at the city level. I'm kind of surprised to find out that you did not receive any ARPA funds, because in my mind, that's exactly what those funds were for. And so to me, that's shocking information. And so I think that we need to resolve the issue. I think we need to give you all an opportunity to turn it around, put you in a position where you do have funds to draw from in the case of an emergency, which you did for a long period of time. So I do believe that you'll get there. I just think you need the right support in order to get there. And so I think it needs to be a combination of the school committee and the city stepping up to do the right thing for this organization that provides so much in our community.
Thanks, Barry.
Just quickly say, that Newton Public Schools received directly American Rescue Plan Act funding in the form of ESSER. The city did not alone do it. Millions and millions and millions of dollars came to NPS, and this was an NPS
Money could have been
program.
allocated towards this.
Yes.
It was allocated multiple
you.
different places. It didn't need to go. It could have been allocated towards this.
Emily?
I like the last person standing. So, couple things. First is, I agree with most of what Barry said. This is a Yiddish phrase. I think it would be a shanda if we had, it would be almost disgraceful for us to shut our NCE. That doesn't mean that it can necessarily continue to work the way that it has been in the past. I think we all acknowledge that. It's kind of a duh moment, but it bears repeating again. I also think that there can also be a middle ground between full functioning programmatic stuff. And I know you put brand new programs in and they're wonderful, and the travel program and all those wonderful things. But there's a middle ground, I think, between exactly doing what you've been doing and shuttering. And what I personally would like to see, and this might require us not necessarily voting tonight, please don't kill me for that, is what would it look like to maybe just focus on the summer camp programming and scale back on other programming, or move some of the adult programming to the senior center side. I mean, there are many, many, many permutations that we can think of that could save NCE, but also not force us to possibly spend dollars from the NPS budget that could also be going directly towards student services. So I think this is a moment where we could possibly, we being you, and I'm happy to give input also if you want input from me, to think outside the box of other ways that we can save the ship.
Yes, Dr. Roundtree.
Yes, and so I just wanted to, just building on that, I think we also have an opportunity with the senior center and with Parks and Rec. I think we've got a lot of really, high quality organizations. I think we have an opportunity. I think this would be maybe a little bit beyond the scope of just NPS. Just think strategically about, these three programs and look for areas. I'm a recovering biology teacher. And so I think we want to avoid situations where the programs are in competition and look and think about what symbiosis looks like. Because I think that, all three of these programs on their own provide compelling value. I think there are ways that, we may, look at specializing that would, benefit, that would benefit NCE in the long run, and also ways that we can continue to build on some of their non-revenue generating, but also important activities. Like, for one of them is that they offer summer AP history classes, which is not revenue generating. So it's, maybe not completely relevant to this conversation, but certainly important.
Thank you. Oh, Rajiv, go ahead.
Very specific questions. I'm not going to pontificate, and apologies for pontificating earlier. So first,
going in reverse order, Rajiv. It was supposed to be specific questions first, then pontificating. Yes.
So coming back to the pension payments, right? And I know we don't have the answers, but or all the answers, but essentially the pension payments are assessed if you have full-time employees and if they belong to the NTA. Is that correct? Or is it just any full-time employees?
So the members that would qualify for the City Retirement Board, or should I say people that are in the Mass Teachers Retirement System, would be mostly teachers. There are NTA members that are not teachers. So there's several NTA members that are not teachers, and that would actually fall, I believe, into the city retirement account. So part of it is the licensing and what's required for your job. So their NISA members, for example, would be in that. Custodial members would be in that. A number of our paraprofessional groups would be in the City Retirement Board. And I believe that some of the Unity members that may not be in part of NCE, I think would be in this as well. So it's a little bit complicated, but it's really the Mass Teachers Retirement System is typically teachers whose job it is you need to have a license as part of your duty to have that job.
So we have a somewhat perverse incentive here to have staff that are part-time and not full-time employees, or contract workers and not full-time employees, because if we did that, the $150,000 a year would go away. If not immediately, within a year and a half, it would be gone.
So I don't know if you're saying, even if you're part-time, if you're an MPS employee, that obligation would still be there. Is that what you're saying? Because the full-time status doesn't
very
matter.
clearly, if everyone on Kate's team was a contract worker paid a 1099 worker, then that takes $150,000 or so away from NCE expenses annually, just by making that change. Like, not, you might be paying them the same amount, but they're just not full-time employees. So is that correct? I'm not saying we want to do this, because obviously there would be many reasons not to do that.
Right, so I think they would likely be subject to collective bargaining. But essentially, I think what you're saying, that those members, those workers provided were contracted services, not a W-2 NPS employee, yes, then they would not have those pension payments. But as I said, I think they would need to be collectively bargained.
And another couple of questions. So one is, have we ever approved fees before?
No, but you haven't been doing that for any of our programs, and you must.
We also did
But are
report
these
our
our
two commission
programs?
members.
Right. And are the NCE programs our programs, or are they not?
Yes.
Yes, part of MPS.
But we still charge them custodial fees and rentals for space in our school buildings. So they're not our programs.
They are, but I mean, that's just it's an intercompany transfer effectively, right?
It's an enterprise fund within NPS, if I may add that on.
Okay. Again, I come back, and I said I wouldn't pontificate, but I'm going to for just 10 seconds, which is, what are the benefits to NCE of being associated with NPS? Is there anything?
Can I posit a reply?
Yeah.
I'm not a NCE, but I'm shocked that we haven't really acknowledged one of NCE's chartered purposes, which is to have access to these beautiful, wonderful school buildings that our taxpayers are continually being asked to keep up, rebuild, and improve. And so, thank you to Kate. The other day, I was there at Newton South, observing the Newton South volleyball or Newton North volleyball team. Go Tigers. They won the state championship. Bravo to them. But this was the semifinal game, and I happened to be there on a night when NCE was running one of its programs. I saw senior citizens and not so senior citizens playing mahjong, doing improv, having a culinary class that smelled yummy. I had no idea what they were making, but it was delicious smelling. This is one of those things that is charged to us as the school committee, who is chartered to oversee this program. This is one of its essential purposes. And if we ignore that essential purposes, then we are not doing a very good job in our oversight role. So, Dr. Roundtree, I appreciate the suggestion of consolidating the programs in the senior center and all of that, but that would belie the central purpose of NCE, which is to open up the schools, bring people in, let them use the carpentry, let them use the culinary, and be able to say, hey, community, this is a good thing. Look at our beautiful schools. So, putting that out there.
Very quick question, which Chris, you can probably answer. But when we talk about an encumbrance, we're talking about a backstop, correct? So it's kind of sequestering funds and saying these should not be spent on anything else, because if we need to make up a deficit, then they would be available for that. Is that a reasonable way of thinking about it?
That's a reasonable way to think about it. Yeah, in the first fiscal and ops, we currently have a set aside right now of $1 million budget reserve. So the idea would be to take, whatever the committee's comfortable with, and setting that aside and just kind of calling that an NCE encumbrance. And again, we would not transfer funds into NCE. Would just sit there, and hopefully by year ending, we're not needing any of it, or we might need a small amount of that.
So
thank you.
Before we get too deep into the decision point or not decision point here, I know when last meeting you said, look, this is something you guys got to decide like in the next meeting or two. If I heard what you were saying earlier correctly, we got to decide something, because you got a bunch of mailers that are going to go out for winter programming, and like that's got to happen now, and we're not going to sit back here until December 4th or something. Or actually, I guess we'll be sitting in Boston December 2nd, whenever it is, till after Thanksgiving. So there's some decision that has to be made on like winter's happening or not happening, right? Just as a matter of fact.
Practically, yes.
Okay. So I'm thinking, I'm trying to think through, Emily's suggestion, because I personally was leaning towards the like, look, I'd rather not decide this tonight. I think there is a lot of open questions, both on the budget, on things like the pension and what happens, et cetera. There's a lot of questions I'd like to see answered. And, part of this is you're asking us to underwrite a liability, and we don't really know what the size of that liability is with a great sense of certainty. When I think about dealing with a, insolvent entity, I mean, you put a 13-week, cash flow forecast on them that's, weekly reporting. And I mean, it's a very short leash. I think everyone wants to see some resolution of this that works. I think there is an element of, I've said this with like electric buses. I've said this with private buses. I've said a bunch of things of like, there's all these things that are sort of like a little bit outside of the core mission of NPS and I don't like being in the position of having to make trade-offs of math teachers or, a pottery class for the community. Like, I don't like I wish this wasn't under NPS. I wish that ordinance didn't say it's under our control, but it is. And we actually have, under city ordinance, an obligation to provide community education services that fulfill that intent that Tamika was referring to. Yes, one of which is access to our buildings, which, I mean, I don't, hopefully they don't do any of these in the countryside. But it's not like we can just ignore it and say, hey, we're not going to do this anymore, and someone else pick up the slack unless they change the city ordinance. Like, we don't have that option. So I really wanted to say, kind of where my head was at coming in here was like, let's really get this thing together for our meeting at the next time we're together. Let's answer those questions. Let's have, I mean, there's line items in here. I talked with Liam about some of them that are, just some things that seem, aggressive assumptions, whatever. Let's talk through those things between the course of now and next meeting, but we can't do that because we have to decide whether we're moving forward with winter, right?
We need, yeah. If we have a chance, if we're going to have a chance, we need to move ahead with winter and get I mean, literally the catalog is sitting at the printer waiting to be mailed out.
So if I go back to the winter program in here, where was that? Sorry.
It's in there.
Well, and also on the heels of that, I mean, we went live for summer, but we would also be sending out the catalog for summer, like in the backpack flyers and really doing what we do. And the revenue starts coming in November and December.
Well, I mean, that sounds like the 2 weeks we might have there where we don't have it for the winter programming. Is that fair?
Sorry?
In terms of the summer programming, you're saying, or that's all in the same?
It's all in the same. It's all
Oh,
happening now.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I understand now.
Yeah.
What does the winter programming look like if we isolate just that on a revenue expense basis?
It is. Okay. Hold on. I did print out everything. So winter kids. It is, sorry.
You're going to get an
Just
assist
get our
real
most
quick.
recent numbers. Our projected net
Wait,
for
hang on.
winter kids is that what you're looking for? Oh, sorry, no, I have it. Yeah, thank you, Is 76,000 for 20. The net is for 2024. So last year. If that's what you're asking, right?
I'm asking, yeah, what's the potential size of a liability we could be looking at for the winter programming?
If you don't run it, or if you do run it?
If we do run it, yes.
Positive.
I mean, you're basically paying an existing staff person. So you're paying an existing staff person or program coordinator, and you wouldn't be paying for custodial if you don't run the classes. So that's the fixed cost.
The personnel.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what is our projected revenue for the winter alone, I'm asking?
Well, for kids, it's 76. For adults, it's probably less than that.
Is that revenue or net revenues?
That was net. So it was 42 for adults.
Okay, so you're looking at, I don't know, somewhere in the order of 120 or so thousand of revenue. We're running $30,000 of payroll alone, and then whatever incremental expenses running the programs on top of that. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just also wondering, is there any potential opportunity cost of this being up in the air and people who may choose to enroll not enrolling during this time? Because while I certainly understand that we want to be thoughtful, I don't want us to come back and because we took some time, families that were going to do, NCE or something else chose the something else, and then we come back with lower revenue, and that contributes to what we're trying to solve.
Yeah, agreed. That's why I'm trying to say, like, define what the size of what the potential liability is right now so we can potentially have a decision point. Go ahead.
Chris, I think these points all make sense. I would suggest we think about summer a little differently, in that because a lot of it is programming for our students, and ends up being a commitment to parents. Like you do not want to, and it's signups have already opened as far as I know, right? So signups for summer camp and summer programming have already opened. Can't back out of those. That would be very disruptive. It's based on an earlier question from Paul. For winter programming, there is the potential to look at enrollment and other things. And if you don't run a class, you're not paying the instructor, you're not renting the space. The fixed costs are the fixed costs. That's already a separate line item, but it doesn't seem like we necessarily have an incremental liability. I guess what I'm trying to say is winter programs will always be in the black because you're not going to run them unless you're covering the expenses. So if you have 3 people sign up for what's supposed to be a 15-person class, unfortunately you cancel it. And then the summer programs, I think you have to look at differently. Now, you don't want those to be a net liability either, but there's some level of a commitment to the community in terms of providing that programming.
I think put a different way, what Rajiv is saying, and sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we shouldn't be looking at a piecemeal solution right now, that potentially could do more damage than good. And so painful though it may be, the solution in front of us or the answer might just be to make that decision point now that gets them to the end of the year. And at the end of the year, we can certainly reassess. I love that included in his presentation, included in the turnaround plan is an annual cycle of review. And so I say, let's take her up on that. But first she needs to get the chance. And by she, I'm sorry,
The organization.
you're the face right now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. So
I also just want to say, I mean, I know that school year adults and school year kids and essentially school year adults, it's not like they're huge revenue makers, and that's why we are right sizing the staffing for it. So those were 12-month positions, and we are going to 10-month positions in part because the summertime isn't a high yield time, and it is more of like a holistic kind of package. I mean, the school year kids those enrollments feed into summer enrollments, and the adults classes utilize the school buildings and keep people engaged, very much so, and not just very much older adults, but the parents of our kids. Like I know one person, and I think it's, several people do this. He signs up for an NCE class every season as a date night with his wife, and their kids are at Horace Mann, and that's what they do. So it's not just for older adults, it's for, parents and everybody in the middle. And at some point, I would really love for this group to come on a, Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday night and see what happens in the high schools, because it's really wonderful.
Will they feed us?
I'll make sure they get them.
Paul, go ahead.
Chris, I'm as fiscally conservative as anyone around the table. I find myself, based on what she's been saying, very much aligned with Tamika on this, which is we have an obligation under the vote of the then alderman and city council to run a program that's of benefit to the community. We find ourselves several months into the year with a problem. We have an executive director who's offering a plan to deal with that, that according to our CFO has some financial risk. I don't view that level of financial risk as so significant as compared to the risk of piecemeal trying to solve this problem through a vote, saying, let's do this part, but let's not do that part. Because as Eugene was saying, there's a perception in the community, or there will be a perception in the community about a lack of faith on our part as to certain elements of the program, which in turn will affect signups, which in fact will then increase the risk that we're trying to avoid. So, Emily, I'm prepared to vote tonight along the resolution that Liam has prepared as action item number 1, along with approving the fees that go along with that. I feel comfortable with that. And the downside of being wrong about the financial projection is not a cutback this year in our educational programs that Anna is trying to carry out. The downside is a reduction, presumably slight reduction, in the amount of carryover that would be available for the next fiscal year for NPS. That reduction, which I'm hearing as a worst case reduction of whatever it is, 100,000, 150, maybe 2, compared to the $250 million budget that we have, and the number of other variables that we face during the course of the year, and the trajectory that we have to meet over the next 5 years, to me, given all the circumstances and the value of this program to the community, is worth the risk. So I'm prepared to make that motion to encumber up to $500,000 from our budget reserve account to approve the associated fee increases presented by the executive director for NCE.
So are you making that motion, or are you
am.
prepared to make that motion? Okay.
I
Okay.
second that motion.
Okay, so moved by Paul, second on the floor. So let's discuss that motion. Mayor Fuller, then Emily, then Barry.
A friendly amendment for you to consider, Paul, which is that Liam, at least in writing, it's probably presumably from Kate, gives a monthly update on where revenues, expenses, and net is looking like. And I would just, I'd ask that, I would just note, I think you are largely right. Do not underestimate, though, that encumbering half of the budget reserve actually will potentially impact this fiscal year. It's not just next fiscal year. Potentially.
I understand what you're saying, yeah. And accept the friendly amendment?
So I just want to point out it's already there, so you may not need the friendly amendment. There is already in the motion
Thank you.
a monthly update.
Yeah, I did say it, didn't I?
Just actually, Liam did.
Did I say it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So Could I offer one other friendly amendment while we're on the friendly amendment?
So
Yeah.
just start over again. I could withdraw, we could. start
So,
over.
look, what I would like to see is a detailed plan put together between now and, let's say, the spring.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe April timeframe for discussion that is going to include things such as the overlap of programs with other city services between NCE, between Parks and Rec, et cetera. Ideally would have a similar analysis for other city program. I mean, there's, other youth sports programs, et cetera, that compete with NCE programs, so to speak, on a private basis outside of the city's realm. And have a sort of detailed business plan put together with the understanding that, there's another decision point of how did we do on our monthly reporting? And, are we hitting our benchmarks? Do we need to reassess at that point in time?
Okay, if I can shorten that.
Yes.
And to amend what I said before, and to request the director of NCE to present us with a full business plan for a going forward basis for NCA no later than April 1st.
Does that timing sound reasonable?
Sure.
For folks?
Well, I would just say that the financial legs of this is in budget season until
Did
you
say
approve our
need it
budget.
earlier.
So it'll be in the budget. Got to be in your budget.
It
Right.
impacts the budget.
Oh,
Yeah,
good point.
Really,
Yeah.
you need it
Yes.
February 15th.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Can I just make a comment on the motion? Yes. Seconded that it's amended. This is not part of the motion, but it seems to me that Rajiv's earlier point about the extent to which you need to rely on full-time NPS staff in carrying out your functions is something worthy, or even part-time is something worthy of addressing. Versus, I'm not sure you could do 1099 employees because after a point you violate the IRS rules about that, but you can outsource to another company.
Another entity.
Yeah.
And Paul, to that point, like, the reason I called it a perverse incentive is it's a perverse incentive.
Yeah. But if it saves the program, it's not so
well,
perverse.
I just want to, sorry to be Debbie Downer, but we do have union employees here, and we cannot hire contracted employees that replace union employees without impact bargaining.
No,
And I just
think-
want to
I
make
think-
sure everybody understands that.
I think we get it. It would be,
Mm-hmm.
I think, the wrong thing to do.
Yeah.
But as Paul said, you could outsource it, so it's not an employee, it's another company.
You can't. That is the definition of taking unit work.
So
We do not,
consider.
yeah, we do not want to do that. I just want to be really clear about that. I just feel like the pension obligation lands on you and becomes part of your operating budget, for better or worse, when you have employees, and NCE can't operate without employees. So we are where we are.
Okay, so the,
Point of discussion.
yeah, go ahead, Tamika.
So I obviously seconded it. I like it. I think it's Liam, your elegant solution to our current existing problem. I will say, however, I have deep reservation and concern about this committee not repaying monies that we took, whether with permission or not, from NCE. I think it would behoove us to think about what the pace of repayment looks like, because it doesn't appear at all clear to me that that was a loan, or that was anything other than a loan, a borrowing, a hedging on their surplus of their reserves. And Barry, this was their money. It's not NPS money. This didn't come as an allocation from our mayor. It came as a reserve, as a overage from their operations. And so
It's our money to manage,
Whoa,
but
whoa, whoa,
Emily was
whoa,
actually
whoa,
supposed to speak.
Barry,
and I-
Barry, please. Tamika has the floor.
I'm not quite sure where the animus came from, but I note it and I'm going to move on because it's not good. Anyways, what I was saying is that it is very much the old saying where you be careful of who you give money to, who you loan money to. Your friends and your family, be accepting of the fact that you might not see it back. I don't know that NCE in 2017 had that existing understanding that they would never see the money back. So we collectively should be thinking about how we return these funds that they do desperately need.
Barry, if I may, Tamika, I cannot disagree more. It is NPS money. These are NPS employees. It is an NPS program. It is not a separate legal entity. It is not, this isn't we're not taking an intercompany loan from them. It is not unlike any other source of revenue that comes into NPS. It is all us. And by virtue of us saying we're going to backstop them with $500,000, that is us too. You can't bifurcate these things like they're, hey, we're going to provide a $500,000 backstop, but boy, we still owe you 120 grand. It is all NPS.
So does
It
that
is all,
analysis
I'm sorry,
change?
I have the floor now.
Does that
I'm
change
sorry,
if
would
they
you
don't
let me finish?
need $500,000?
No, it does not change. It's NPS money. And we will allocate NPS money in the way that we as a committee see fits best to service our students and our staff and our mission. And that might mean we backstop NCE, which we might just do in a couple minutes. It might mean that we go hire more math teachers. There is no way, fundamentally, I will ever agree that this is a completely siloed thing, that they keep all the money when they, times are good, and then we just backstop them when times are bad. There's an asymmetry there that doesn't make any sense. Rajiv, go ahead. I'm sorry, and then Anna.
Sorry, I don't want to, the reason I interrupted you is because Emily was supposed to speak and then I was, and everyone just keeps talking. So are we going to follow the order of what was originally decided?
You're right. You were next on the floor. I apologize. That was my bad.
It was Emily and then me.
I just said what I thought you were going to say, so.
You said part of it.
Go ahead, Barry.
Emily, you go and then
I apologize. I did recognize you next. I written right there.
Oh, wait. All right. I'm going to be very quick. Chris said my point about the money. I really just want to say, to the extent that anyone in the community is still watching this, please use this as an opportunity to sign up for one of these classes. I have taken them in the past. My wife took woodworking last year. My son's about to take basketball. They're good classes. If I wasn't spending 5 hours here, I would take one myself. So please sign up for these classes. There are a lot. I just looked through the catalog. Use this as an opportunity. As our community, I heard you. I read all of your emails, and there were a lot. Use this as an opportunity to show us how much you do care about this, and not just in words.
Well said. Emily, go ahead.
Here, here. I'm about to turn into a pumpkin, so I'm going to make this short. I said I wasn't ready to vote on this about, I don't know, an hour ago, feels like. I've changed my mind because I didn't realize about the winter catalog and what would have been in the midst. I was trying to honestly split the baby. But since we've come to the place that we're at, I wholeheartedly agree that we should move forward with this, that Paul has suggested. Thank you.
Rajiv?
Yeah.
And then Ping.
Ditto. And I think some of the angst that we've been hearing is simply because of the structure that NCE exists under.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I still don't think I can explain it. And I read Jill's memo to us laying it out. Jill is very effective at explaining things. I still don't get it. And some of the challenges, we are where we are without having provided any guidance or direction to getting here. And that has to change. Like, I think we have to figure out if we're playing some kind of advisory or governance role, we should be playing that role. And a matter for a separate time. But I think this is the thing, like, do we control it? Do we not? How much do we control? How separate is it? We'll have to kind of talk through these things. Time matter for another day, another discussion. But I think we have a motion on the floor.
Okay. Any other discussion on that
Thanks,
motion?
thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, on Ping. Thank you.
This is a late time, so I'm not complaining. Wonderful discussion, and I like to acknowledge few things folks said. Number one, I happen to agree with Chris. This is part of Newton Public School System, and that's our money. And but I also like to acknowledge we failed our duty in the past years. We did not do our due diligence, and so we take the blame too. So and also I think that this should be the whole city's task or the mission to help the community, and not only you cannot put on the MPS as the city council passed a resolution, and I would like to challenge that because we are serving all these people. Wonderful program. I agree that I saw those adults taking the program, including mahjong. I love to play mahjong, so I like probably to pay money to enjoy the game. But again, I think we have to make clear. Now I'm looking at the mayor. The Cooper Active Senior Center will be established. I hope that there will be some joint, efforts to make this happening. Our MPS cannot take this alone. So money is money. If we short money, we have to lay off the staff here. Our core mission is to support our public school students. We have to keep that in mind, even though these programs are wonderful programs, but that's not our core mission here. So lastly, I want to say, Paul already mentioned the action item 1 with some, some kind of added language. Can we suggest we should add language if by certain time next month, if financially, if it's not improved, what will be the consequence? I'd like to see that as well. So make it serious. I'm willing to give time and to let's see if it will work out. But we need some kind of also a little bit consequence included in this.
I think that's kind of the
monthly report.
The purpose of the monthly reporting is to, so we'll get a monthly report. We'll be able to see how revenues are doing, how expenses are doing relative to forecast, and we'll be able to assess that every month, and offer suggestions for course correction.
But we have to include that language. You only say every month we give the written update. But if the update is not meeting our expectation, what happened?
Then we'll have a good talk with Liam.
Okay, even say we have to talk, then we include something. We have to consider our.
I think it's understood that there's a purpose to the monthly reporting, which is that exact oversight. And I actually don't think we want to be too prescriptive about it, because we might decide 2 months down the road that we would like it to look different, and so we don't want to have to revote that and whatever.
Well,
so let's leave that point open. If
probably it's good to send the message to the community, let people know certain thing will happen if financially we cannot make it.
Well, and first of all, we've limited the encumbrance as well, so we're not obligated to breach that.
Can I just say
Someone
one
can
thing?
say that.
Can I just say one thing before you all do that? There are other funds, and this is just for your education because I've learned a lot here about what you have been told and haven't been told. And I just need you to know that like food service, education, instrumental music, there are others that are also just like this. And I just want you to be aware of and totally support what you're about to do, but I want you to be aware as you step into this, that you may be called upon to back the other enterprise funds in a similar way. So just know what's happening here. Food service is a little different because we have a different contract, but just like that, they operate in the same way. It is absolutely typical when balances in these funds get to a certain point, you reduce them down to 3 to 6 months of operating expenses. And they do things like buy us ovens for the kitchen. We replace our instrumental music. The $125,000 utility fee is absolutely typical for things like before and after school care programs, other recreation programs. I just want you to know that before you make this vote, that it's not a wacky thing that happened. It's Liam trying to comply with the best business practices. An accountant would have come in and said they need to reduce those expenses if they had not been reduced. Our own accountant would have said it.
All right. Everyone had their say? We can stay till midnight. Okay. Let's take a vote then. So just to paraphrase, it's the $500,000 encumbrance with the monthly forecasts and reporting and with the business plan to be presented at the budget. And oh yes, and the increase in fees and the business plan to be presented with the budget. Okay.
Are those two separate things? The fees are separate?
It's all one.
Yeah, one giant motion, whether Jill likes it or not. Ward 1.
Yes.
Ward 2 is yes. Ward 3.
Yes.
Ward 4.
Yes.
Ward 5.
Yes.
Ward 6.
Yes.
Ward 7. Not here. Ward 8.
Yes.
Mayor Fuller.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very
So-
much.
Sorry that took so long, folks. I think it was a discussion that had to be had. So we're going to postpone our discussion on Portrait of a Graduate and the other item. If folks would like to vote the budget guidelines quick, if that's not going to be a big discussion, I am happy to do that now and we can take that one off the agenda. Is there a motion? Okay. Moved by Paul, second by Rajiv. Any discussion on that motion? Good answer. Let's vote. Ward 1.
Yes.
Ward 2 is yes.
3 yes. And I also like to thank Barry for your great work.
Yes, thank you, Barry. Ward 4.
Yes.
Ward 5. Ward 6.
Yes.
Ward 7 absent or vacant, whatever.
Yes.
Ward 8. Mayor Fuller.
Yes.
Okay. Lisa, that's 8-0 on the budget guidelines, and we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Re-